Warrior Lore. Chapter 419. The black flame beast flew towards Lin Feng. 15 martial kings surrounded him. Their eyes were cold. They were all wearing black, as if they were fusing with the darkness. They were the Qingyang sect's men of sacrifice. The so-called men of sacrifice were those who didn't fear death. They did things that couldn't be done openly, such as eliminating Lin Feng. Because the Qingyang sect didn't know who Lin Feng was, they couldn't directly attack him. So they sent men of sacrifice to kill Lin Feng. If the group behind Lin Feng wanted to investigate, the Qingyang sect could quibble. Do you have proof? The men of sacrifice were very mysterious. They usually did not appear in front of people. They only appeared when they were doing missions. The secret skills and cultivation methods they practiced were often not from their own sect. Therefore, even if these men of sacrifice were caught, no one would be able to find out the reason why they were captured. Actually, it wasn't just the Qingyang sect. Many other groups had their own men of sacrifice. "Little brat, why aren't you running anymore?" said the leader of the group in black clothes coldly. He was coldly looking at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent. "Do I need to run to deal with people like you? Little brat, you're about to die, and you still dare to talk big." Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed leader. "Attack." He waved his hand. One of the men of sacrifice immediately rode his black flame beast towards Lin Feng. Obviously, the leader of the men of sacrifice thought that one man was enough to deal with a small fry like Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was only a general. A martial king against a general was simply a slaughter. The other 14 men of sacrifice looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They were waiting to see Lin Feng's blood splashed. That cultivator was holding a spear and riding a black flame beast. In a flash, he rushed towards Lin Feng and thrust his spear towards Lin Feng's chest. When that spear was about to reach Lin Feng, a light flashed and Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. He disappeared? How is that possible? These men of sacrifice all revealed astonished expressions. They were all martial kings, yet they were unable to find any trace of Lin Feng. The man of sacrifice who had attacked Lin Feng looked around with a grave expression. After exchanging blows, he realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. Speed. It was too fast. Behind us. Suddenly, a death warrior shouted. The men of sacrifice who were attacking Lin Feng were shocked. They turned around and looked behind them. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his body. Bang! The violent power of thunder tore everything apart. Lin Feng used darkness escape and hid behind the death warrior. Then, he used the Sky Tyrant lightning art to condense an energy ball and bombarded the death warrior's body. The death warrior's body and the black flame beast he was riding were instantly blasted into pieces. Evasion technique. The leader of the men of sacrifice was experienced and knowledgeable. His expression was extremely gloomy. Whoosh! Lin Feng disappeared again. Gangqi. The leader of the men of sacrifice shouted, and the 14 men of sacrifice all released their Gangqi. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the Gangqi was released, it formed a fierce wind that swept across the land and completely covered the surroundings. With a loud bang, Lin Feng was blown away by the wind. The darkness escape technique was not invincible. Once the hiding place was filled with powerful energy, the darkness escape technique would fail. Obviously, the leader of the men of sacrifice was very experienced. He had broken Lin Feng's darkness escape technique. "Boy, after the evasion technique fails, I'll see how you'll die." The leader of the men of sacrifice's gloomy voice, which sounded like it came from hell, resounded. He waved his right hand, and the other 13 men of sacrifice began to surround Lin Feng. 9 of them are level 1 martial kings. 4 are level 2 martial kings. And the leader of the men of sacrifice is level 3 martial king. "You can kill him." Lin Feng carefully checked their cultivation. Suddenly, a ghastly expression appeared on his face. Now that Lin Feng had awakened 5 devouring martial souls, he had a killer move. "Kill." The leader of the men of sacrifice shouted. He waved the war spear in his hand and swept it toward Lin Feng. The other 13 men of sacrifice attacked at the same time, waving the war spears in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. Streaks of cold light shot out. The power of these war spears was revealed. The cold light pierced through the land. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even if Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to block that attack. After all, 14 kings had joined hands to attack him, not one or two people attacking him at the same time. The situation was very dangerous. The 14 martial kings looked at Lin Feng with ghastly eyes. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die. However, at this moment, a light flashed in front of Lin Feng. Roar! A two-headed Qiong-Qi was summoned. Lin Feng had summoned the Archean Saint Emperor's Qiong-Qi avatar. Moreover, this two-headed Qiong-Qi had activated the Archean Qiong-Qi treasure technique, so two heads appeared. The huge body protected Lin Feng. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks of the 14 martial kings all landed on the two-headed Qiong-Qi. Suddenly, there was a series of clanging sounds, but the two-headed Qiong-Qi blocked their attacks. The two-headed Qiong-Qi was condensed by Lin Feng with various materials, so it was naturally stronger than a cultivator's body. This was a beast-shaped weapon, and it was a beast-shaped weapon that could use the Archean Qiong-Qi treasure technique. Avatar. The men of Sacrifice's pupils shrank violently. They naturally knew what an avatar was, but it was extremely difficult to refine. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator might not be able to refine it successfully. How could an ant in the martial general realm refine an avatar? Many thoughts flashed in their minds, however. At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation spread out from Lin Feng's body. Devouring martial soul. Ultimate form. 5 martial souls as one. Rumble. Lin Feng's dantian was filled with light. 5 devouring martial souls appeared and spun violently. No, impossible. How can you have 5 martial souls? The 14 men of sacrifice all cried out in fear. They had heard of twin martial souls, but that was the limit. It was a heaven-defying monster, but the person in front of them had 5 martial souls. This was completely out of their expectations. Go and ask the king of hell. A cold voice resounded. 5 martial souls as one. An unprecedented power of imprisonment was formed. The 14 men of sacrifice were all imprisoned in the air. Swish! Lin Feng turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. One by one, the men of sacrifice were killed by Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, all 14 of them were dead. Huff! Lin Feng half knelt on the ground. The Archean Divine Emperor's avatar had already entered his body. Tired. Lin Feng had never felt so tired before. Using 5 martial souls as one consumed a terrifying amount of energy. Rustle. But at that moment, light footsteps came from the forest. Lin Feng raised his head, and his expression changed drastically. A man in black clothes stepped out. A man of sacrifice. There was another man of sacrifice. When Lin Feng sensed the chi of the man of sacrifice, his face turned deathly pale. A man of sacrifice of the yin-yang layer. You. Lin Feng pulled a long face. How strong. You've awakened 5 martial souls and killed 14 martial kings in a row. If the news spread, it would shake the entire 3,000 provinces. But today, everything will end. Chapter 420. Lin Feng stood up and tried to calm himself down. Even if he had to die, he couldn't die here. The old man, Qing and Yun Yun were still in the cave. If he was killed here, they would be found very quickly and killed as well. If he lured this person away and killed him, he probably wouldn't come looking for the old man, Qi, and Yun Yun. After all, they were just mortals, unimportant people. Lin Feng believed that the fire Qilin could escort them away safely. Whoosh! Lin Feng spread his golden wings and flew into the distance. Kid, you still want to run away now? The yin-yang realm death warrior said disdainfully. He also flew into the sky and chased after Lin Feng. The Qingyang sect is such AF * king coward. They actually sent a yin-yang realm cultivator to deal with a general like me. How shameless. Lin Feng cursed fiercely. What's the point of saying that now? The yin-yang realm men of sacrifice laughed eerily. Lin Feng looked indifferent and quickly flew into the distance. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared. Darkness evasion technique. Hee hee. Little boy, That kind of technique is best used when nobody knows about it. Besides, you haven't mastered it yet. If you had practiced it for another 8 or 10 years, maybe you would have been able to show off in front of me. But now, in front of me, there's nothing you can hide from me." The yin-yang warrior sneered, raised his right hand, and slapped to the left. Bang! A rock exploded, and Lin Feng, who was hiding behind it, was sent flying. Lin Feng looked gloomy. The darkness evasion technique had no effect. This was really troublesome. He was already feeling tired. He had used a lot of energy to activate the ultimate form of his devouring martial soul. Now, how could he fight against the yin-yang realm cultivator? Moreover, even at his peak, he couldn't fight against the yin-yang realm cultivator, let alone now. The yin-yang warrior chased after Lin Feng unhurriedly. It seemed like he was playing with Lin Feng like a cat playing with a mouse. He said indifferently, "Kid, if you tell me how to condense a clone, I'll give you a quick death. What do you think?" No wonder the yin-yang warrior didn't kill Lin Feng directly. It turned out that he valued Lin Feng's method of condensing a clone. The method of creating doppelgangers was much more precious than many ancient superpowers. Moreover, the method of creating doppelgangers was extremely rare. There was a special characteristic of this clone condensation method. The lower the level of the clone condensation method, the higher the requirements of the materials required, and the lower the success rate of condensation. In order to create a low-level doppelganger, one had to use high-grade materials to make up for the disadvantages of the method. The higher the level, the higher the probability of successfully condensing a doppelganger. Moreover, the materials required to condense a doppelganger would be much simpler. This was the only way to show the huge advantage of a high-level method of condensing a clone. The main advantage was in these 2 points. First, the success rate was extremely high. Second, the materials were easy to find. For example, Lin Feng's Supreme Ancient 9 Imperial clones didn't require precious materials. They were easy to find. Besides, Lin Feng had succeeded the first time he had condensed the Supreme Ancient 9 Imperial clones. Of course, the reason why Lin Feng succeeded on his first try had a lot to do with the location where Lin Feng had refined the clone. Back then, it had been in the Western Mountains, a place where countless corpses were buried. The yin qi was very dense, and it was the best tonic. All of it had been absorbed by the clone. Lin Feng sneered. "You want the method of condensing a clone? Sure, but kneel down and call me master. Maybe I'll be happy and give it to you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the yin-yang realm death warrior's face was filled with killing intent. "Brat, I think you're just trying to kill yourself. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll capture you and forcefully search your soul." "Search my soul? You've cultivated a demonic secret technique?" Lin Feng's expression changed. The soul-searching technique was extremely vicious. It was strictly forbidden to practice it. However, some demonic forces didn't have any scruples about it. Lin Feng hadn't expected that someone from the Qingyang sect, especially a yin-yang realm expert, would dare to cultivate such a vicious secret technique in secret. "Kikik." The yin-yang realm death warrior laughed sinisterly. "What's there to be surprised about? There are countless people on the righteous path who cultivate demonic secret techniques. You just don't know them. Do you really think that those cultivators who shout that they're righteous path cultivators are righteous path cultivators? Have you ever heard of the word sanctimonious? Let me tell you, the most frightening thing isn't the demonic forces. No matter how frightening they are, it's only on the surface. The most frightening thing is those who pretend to be righteous path cultivators, but are actually even more evil than the demonic forces. It's like the difference between a true villain and a hypocrite. The yin-yang realm death warrior's words made Lin Feng's expression change again. If the demonic forces were truly villains, then those who pretended to be righteous path cultivators but were secretly evil were hypocrites. Hypocrites were much more frightening than true villains. "I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. You're courting death." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the yin-yang realm death warrior raised his right hand. Buzz. A huge energy palm condensed in the air. The energy palm ruthlessly slammed down towards Lin Feng. "No!" Lin Feng roared in terror. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the energy palm engulfed Lin Feng. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Lin Feng lay on the ground, covered in cuts and bruises. His body twitched violently. He smiled bitterly. The attack of a yin-yang realm cultivator was really frightening. Your physical body is really powerful. You're still alive after taking my attack. It seems like you have a lot of secrets. That's even better. The more secrets you have, the more secrets I'll get when I search your soul. The yin-yang realm death warrior walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He had a sinister smile on his face. When he reached Lin Feng's side, he grabbed Lin Feng. He grabbed Lin Feng's neck and lifted Lin Feng into the air. His sinister eyes flickered with a cold light. Brat, after I search your soul will scatter. Do you have any last words before you die? The yin-yang realm death warrior asked with a sinister smile. Bastard, I curse you that your death will be 10 times more miserable than mine. Lin Feng cursed. The yin-yang realm death warrior was furious. He roared, You're about to die, and you still dare to provoke me? Die, brat. Soul search technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the death warrior's eyes turned pitch black. Lin Feng's eyes met his. Boom. Instantly, Lin Feng felt as if he had sunk into a boundless illusion. A terrifying strength surged into his mind. Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to explode. Chapter 421. Ah! Lin Feng gave a horrible shriek. Pain. He felt an indescribable pain. He felt that his body was no longer his. His soul was no longer his. Gigi. A sinister voice rang in his mind. A pair of evil eyes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Those eyes were the culprit behind the damage to Lin Feng's soul. They were evil eyes formed by the combination of soul power and soul searching. The evil eyes could see through everything. The evil eyes stared at Lin Feng's soul. The power of the evil eyes was very strange. They could forcefully destroy the soul of the person being soul-searched and find the information they needed from the soul fragments. Whoosh! Lin Feng's soul escaped into the chaos ancient lamp. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng's soul was panting. After escaping into the chaos ancient lamp, he felt much better. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. It wasn't that he didn't have any means to fight back. If this yin-yang cultivator wanted his life, he would be a dead man by now. But he didn't choose to kill him immediately. Instead, he wanted to soul search him. Lin Feng, who had been in despair, saw a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng estimated the difference between his soul power and the yin-yang cultivators. He had a primary and secondary primordial spirit. Purely in terms of soul power, he was definitely stronger than the yin-yang cultivator. However, he couldn't compare to the yin-yang cultivator's soul-searching technique. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he was captured by the yin-yang cultivator. If the yin-yang cultivator sensed something wrong, such as that his soul power could threaten his soul, he might snap his neck without giving him a chance to resist. The safest option now was to hide in the chaos ancient lamp and wait for his body to recover. Lin Feng had used up too much energy to activate the 5 devouring martial souls as one. He was too tired now. When Lin Feng gradually recovered, he would be able to activate the bronze fragment. At such a close distance, even a yin-yang realm death warrior wouldn't be able to dodge the bronze fragment's attack, right? Lin Feng knew that whether or not he could use the bronze fragment to kill a yin-yang realm cultivator was the most important factor. Moreover, he only had one chance. If he failed, he would definitely die. And this opportunity had to wait. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Seeing the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp floating in Lin Feng's mind, the yin-yang death warrior shouted in disbelief. He knew what the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp represented. Ha ha! He laughed excitedly. That's a Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp made of Primal Chaos Ancestral Chi. You have such a treasure? Even the heavens are helping me. Once I kill you, the lamp will be mine. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the pair of evil eyes flew to the side of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and shot out beams of evil light towards the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Bang, bang, bang. One attack after another bombarded the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, trying to break through its defense. The evil eyes were indeed powerful. As expected of a demonic art, not only could they search souls, but they could also release such powerful attacks. However, The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defenses were also very strong. The light of Primal Chaos blocked the enemy's attacks. What a great treasure! I can't wait to get my hands on it. Brad, do you think you can use this treasure to block my attack? That's just a fantasy. If I can't break through your Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defenses, I'll break your neck. Although I'll lose the Doppelganger secret technique, I'll be satisfied to get this Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's voice sounded sinister. Haha, is that so? You want to break my neck? I don't think you'll do that. What's the big deal about a Doppelganger secret technique? I have a Doppelganger secret technique that's even stronger. Don't you think that my physical body is a little too strong for a general? Do you want to know my Doppelganger secret technique? Come and search my soul if you have the ability. Lin Feng sneered. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's body trembled. Indeed, Lin Feng had the strength of a general. His physical body was extremely strong. What was the most important thing for a cultivator to cultivate? Of course, the most important thing was to be strong. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Doppelganger secret technique weren't part of one's cultivation. If one could obtain a Doppelganger secret technique that could greatly increase one's physical strength, they would be able to increase their own strength. Thinking of this, the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's eyes burned with passion. He originally wanted to break Lin Feng's neck and take the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, but he quickly suppressed that thought. He began to madly attack the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, wanting to break through its defenses. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He had finally stalled the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior. Bang, bang, bang. After madly attacking for more than 2 hours. Crack, crack. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defenses had reached their limits and were about to collapse. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior said in a sinister voice, "Brat, you can't hold on any longer. Your time is up. Break." It was accompanied by a deep shout. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior activated his evil eye and launched a final frenzied attack on the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng knew that the moment of life and death had arrived. If the Yin-Yang Realm cultivator didn't die, then he would. After recovering for 2 hours, Lin Feng had recovered a lot of his strength. Bronze Fragment. Finally, Lin Feng could activate the Bronze Fragment. The Bronze Fragment instantly flew out. Brat, I've been on guard against you. Do you think you can break through my defenses with a treasure? The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's face was full of disdain. A thick layer of magic power coiled around his body. It seemed that this Yin-Yang Realm cultivator already knew about Lin Feng's plan, but he didn't care. This was because he was confident in his own defenses. But a moment later, the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's face was filled with shock. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A green light flashed and pierced through his chest. How is this possible? What is this? How can it break through my defenses? The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior couldn't believe this was real. Even a peak treasure couldn't break through his defenses. A treasure that will take your life. Lin Feng punched the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's chest and sent him flying. The bronze fragment flew back into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng pounced on the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior. Die, brat! The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior roared and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. A centipede would die but not fall down. Bang! Lin Feng collided with the Death Warrior's attack. A terrifying force swept through his body, and Lin Feng was sent flying hundreds of meters before falling into the forest. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior spat out a large mouthful of blood. That attack had been his limit. It would be difficult for him to attack a second time. Whoosh! Chapter 422. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to kill him anymore. Lin Feng lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly. He could only let the Yin-Yang Realm Warrior escape. The Yin-Yang Realm Warrior's chest had been pierced through. It was a fatal injury, but he was too strong, so he didn't die. This was definitely the best opportunity to kill this Yin-Yang Realm Warrior. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was also at the end of his rope. It was a miracle that Lin Feng had survived this life-and-death battle. However, Lin Feng felt intense pain all over his body. He almost couldn't muster any strength. Roar! 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 Deep roars rang out. Three huge creatures that were 5 to 6 meters long and 4 to 5 meters tall jumped out of the forest. The eyes of the three behemoths were ghastly green, flickering with a bone-chilling light. They were three huge wolves of the forest. They were one of the most terrifying creatures in the forest. This was because wolves usually lived in packs. It was easy for them to summon the wolves that were scattered all over the place to search for food. However, it was clear that the three huge wolves didn't want to share this prey with their companions. The three gigantic wolves of the forest roared in a deep voice and threw themselves at Lin Feng with the intention of killing him. However, just as the three giant forest wolves were about to pounce on them, boom! Suddenly, a black hole appeared and enveloped the three huge wolves. The three huge wolves let out terrified cries. In the next moment, bang! The three huge wolves exploded into a bloody mist that was devoured by the black hole. Phew! Lin Feng devoured the bloodline power of the three huge wolves. After replenishing his blood qi, he felt much better and recovered some strength. He sat up from the ground. This was the terrifying part of the devouring martial soul. Devour. Devour. There was nothing in the world that Lin Feng couldn't devour. Dharma treasures, secret techniques, divine abilities, living beings, even stones, flowers, and trees. Lin Feng could devour them all and refine them into his own essence qi. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. The Archean dragonesque elephant's power flowed through his body, healing his injuries. Above Lin Feng, a huge vortex appeared, and the energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered. In Lin Feng's hand, he was also holding a high-grade spirit stone. He was quickly absorbing the energy of these spirit stones and the pure energy of heaven and earth to restore his body. Lin Feng closed his eyes and immersed himself in the abstruse and mysterious feeling. Although he had a slim chance of survival in a battle with the Yin-Yang realm expert, he was still able to survive. However, it gave Lin Feng a completely new feeling. He fell into a deep state of epiphany. He sat there for an hour. In this deep level of enlightenment, Lin Feng found himself in an ancient world, which was vast and boundless. Below them was a boundless ocean. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a huge fish rushing out of the ocean. The moment the fish rushed out of the ocean, there was an intense energy fluctuation on the surface of its body. Lin Feng was shocked. That was the fluctuation of power. That fish had magical powers. When it rushed into the sky, it suddenly turned into a Kuan Pong. When it spread its wings, it could extend for 3,000 miles. When it flapped its wings, it could fly for 80,000 miles. That fish was called a Kuan. It was a fish in the depths of the ocean that could cultivate. However, when the Kuan cultivated magical powers and flew out of the ocean, it turned into a Pong. It was a Kuan in the ocean and a Pong in the sky. This was a transformation. So, this is magical powers, Lin Feng muttered. He understood the true meaning of magical powers. What was magical powers? Magical powers were the power that could turn a Kuan into a Pong. Kuan was just a fish in the ocean. However, Pong was a divine bird that soared in the 9 heavens. Kuan turning into a Pong was like reaching the heavens in a single step. Magical powers were the power that allowed one to reach the heavens in a single step. However, although he understood what magical powers were, Lin Feng's cultivation was still at the martial general realm. It was difficult for him to break through. If Lin Feng was at the peak of the 10th level of the martial king realm, he would have just understood what magical powers were. He would have immediately broken through from the 10th level of the martial general realm to the Yin-Yang realm. He would have completed the transformation of reaching the heavens in a single step. Of course, although it was impossible to complete the magnificent feat of breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm, however, Lin Feng still found that his cultivation was crazily increasing. Boom! Within his body, a powerful fluctuation swept out like a stormy sea. Lin Feng had the urge to look up to the sky and roar. Roar! A sound that sounded like a dragon's roar and an elephant's roar came from Lin Feng's body. A powerful force erupted from his body. Lin Feng was originally at the 6th level of the martial general realm and had the strength of 3,125 dragons and elephants. However, after breaking through, Lin Feng's strength had increased to 15,625 dragons and elephants. The strength of a dragon and elephant was equivalent to the strength of 10 dragons. Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 156,250 dragons. When the 5 devouring martial spirits were activated, Lin Feng's strength increased by 5 times. That would be 781,250 dragon power. Ordinary cultivators, at the 7th level of the martial general realm, had 15,625 dragons. Lin Feng's strength was 50 times that of cultivators of the same level. For ordinary cultivators, the 8th heavenly layer of a martial general would have 78,125 dragons of power. The 9th heavenly layer of a martial general would have 39,625 dragons of power, and the 10th heavenly layer of a martial general would have 1,953,125 dragons of power. Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the martial general realm. Relying on his secret technique, he could easily crush a 10th level martial general realm cultivator. Of course, even if he was facing some low-level martial kings, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the martial king realm were regarded as low-level martial kings. He could still kill them with his secret technique and 5 devouring martial spirits. Previously, Lin Feng had already killed 15 low-level martial kings. After breaking through, Lin Feng was naturally very happy. However, he did not show it on his face because Lin Feng knew that his cultivation was still far from those top experts. Swish, swish. The golden wings spread out and Lin Feng quickly flew back. Fire Qilan, the old man, Qin Er, and Xiao Yunyun were all anxiously waiting for Lin Feng. Fire Qilan's expression was very ugly. He was a little restless. The person who had chased Lin Feng to kill him was a yin-yang realm cultivator. This made him feel very uneasy. However, he had been powerless at that time. If he was exposed, he would have let down Lin Feng's good intentions. Divine power. Fire Qilan gritted his teeth and raised his claws. He wanted to have divine power so much, but his body was still dry. No divine power flowed out. Swish. Suddenly, the concealment array disappeared and Lin Feng appeared. After seeing Lin Feng, Fire Qilan heaved a sigh of relief. His anxious heart could finally be at ease. Big brother, Xiao Yunyun missed you so much. Xiao Yunyun threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Qin Er also looked at Lin Feng very excitedly. She had been worried to death just now. I'm fine. We can't stay here for long. Let's go quickly. There were more than 10 black flame beasts left behind by the dead martial kings. Lin Feng subdued a black flame beast. Everyone rode on the black flame beast and quickly left under the cover of the night. Chapter 423. 1 month later, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilan left the West Continent and returned to the Crimson Fire Country. As for the old man, Qi Er, and Yun Yun, Lin Feng had already taken care of them and sent them to the old man's older cousin. The old man was a straightforward person and was very happy to see his older cousin bringing his 2 granddaughters to join him. Lin Feng gave the old man, Qi Er, and Yun Yun 1 million silver taels for them to keep in case they might need it in the future. He also gave the old man 100,000 silver taels for him to help take care of the 3 granddaughters. The old man saw that Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary and his qi was deep and powerful. He also saw Qi Er's affectionate expression towards him, so he guessed that there might be a close relationship between Lin Feng and Qi Er, so he solemnly agreed. He was a straightforward person, so even if he didn't have 100,000 silver taels, he would still take care of them, not to mention the reward. At this moment, Lin Feng was resting in the Crimson Cloud City of the Crimson Fire Country. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilan were walking on the street and saw a notice in the distance. Many people gathered around to take a look. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilan also walked over. There was a picture of a young noble on the notice. Anyone who reports this person's whereabouts will be rewarded 100,000 silver taels. Anyone who captures this person will be rewarded 100,000 gold taels. 1 gold coin was enough for a family of 3 to live for a month. 100,000 gold coins was a great fortune. Many people began to talk about this and tried to guess who this wanted young man was. Isn't that me? The Qingyang sect is looking for me. Lin Feng slightly frowned. The Qingyang sect was clearly very capable. They had spread the news to the neighboring countries, so Lin Feng's wanted posters were everywhere. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the Qingyang sect. Even though he had conflicts with them before, he didn't have a bad impression of them. However, after the yin-yang cultivator from the Qingyang sect tried to kill him, Lin Feng found out that the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect were secretly cultivating demonic arts. The Qingyang sect spent so much effort to arrest him, probably because they were worried that he would spread the news that the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect were cultivating the demonic arts, which would bring endless trouble to the Qingyang sect. Lin Feng touched his chin and murmured, "Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Look, isn't that kid the one wanted by the higher-ups?" Someone suddenly pointed at Lin Feng. Swish! Many people turned around and were surprised when they saw Lin Feng. Clearly, they didn't expect the Qingyang sect's wanted person. "Capture him and get a reward of 100,000 gold," shouted a cultivator. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were so many people to capture Lin Feng. You can try if you don't want to die," Lin Feng said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force was emitted from his body. When they sensed Lin Feng's force, many people's faces turned deathly pale. They were astonished by Lin Feng's strength. "Let's go." Lin Feng glanced at the fire Qilin. Whoosh! The fire Qilin jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng unfolded his golden wings and flew out of the city. "He's here? Very good." In a restaurant not far away, a pair of gloomy eyes appeared and watched Lin Feng leave. Soon after, a piece of news spread quickly in the Qihua nation. It was about the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect practicing the demonic arts. The higher-ups of the Qingyang sect were furious when they heard the news. They naturally knew that it must have been Lin Feng who spread the news. The Qingyang sect hurriedly ordered people to suppress the news. Although they had the help of the royal family of the Qihua nation, it was still too late. The news quickly spread from the Qihua nation to the divine land of the East Province, and even to the other provinces. The martial spirit palace of the divine land of the East Province had already sent people to investigate the matter. The martial spirit palace was one of the top 3 forces in the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. It was even more powerful than the ancient dynasty and the ancient sacred land. The 3 forces were the martial spirit palace, the spiritual array master guild, and the alchemist guild. These 3 great forces were the inheritances that ran through every great era. The Spiritual Array Master Guild and the Alchemist Guild were the greatest forces formed by spiritual array masters and alchemists. The Martial Spirit Palace was naturally related to the Martial Spirit Palace. The Martial Spirit Palace was a very special force. It was a neutral force and was chosen by countless forces to supervise the world. What was supervise the world? For example, which place was rioting demons, which force was colluding with the diabolism, and which force was ostensibly a righteous force, but secretly did the same thing as the diabolism. This was the responsibility of the Martial Spirit Palace, which was to monitor the world. Although the Martial Spirit Palace did not have the power to directly order the major forces, the investigation of the Martial Spirit Palace was very important for the major forces. If the Martial Spirit Palace defined the Qingyang sect as an evil sect, the major forces would unite to annihilate the Qingyang sect in one fell swoop. This was the responsibility of the Martial Spirit Palace. Of course, the Martial Spirit Palace was very fair. It was because of this that the major forces recognized it. Now that the Martial Spirit Palace had appeared in the Qihua nation and was investigating the Qingyang sect was very busy. Lin Feng and the Fire Kylin were resting in a mountain forest. "Do you still want to go to the Qingyang sect to see Zizhao's sister?" the Fire Kylin asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't think that the Qingyang sect would be in such a bad situation. However, the Qingyang sect isn't a good place either. If I go to the Qingyang sect now, I'll be walking right into their trap. In that case, let's go back," the Fire Kylin said. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "I promised Zizhao that I would take care of his sister. I don't know what's going on with her. Even if the Qingyang sect is dangerous, I still want to go and see." The Fire Kylin nodded. "That's easy. Just wear a bamboo hat." The Fire Kylin's suggestion was a good idea. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura came from the distance. It was quickly approaching Lin Feng. The Fire Kylan said, "Some strong cultivators are coming. It seems like they're coming for you." Lin Feng nodded and flew away, but he wasn't able to escape in time. Two cultivators were driving an ancient chariot towards him. The ancient chariot was extraordinary. It emitted a dancing chi, as if it was a demonic soldier that had rushed out of hell. Two middle-aged cultivators stood on the chariot. They had sinister expressions, and when they saw Lin Feng, they sneered. They flew down from the ancient battlefield and surrounded Lin Feng. "Kid, you can't escape." The cold voice suddenly echoed in the mountain forest. One of the cultivators directly reached out with his right hand. Whoosh! A claw-like condensed and attacked Lin Feng's chest. Chapter 424. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly dodged to the left. The attack didn't hit Lin Feng, but it hit a tree 30 meters behind Lin Feng. The tree was instantly crushed by the claw. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The two people in front of him were middle-aged men in their 40s. One of them was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a white robe. Their bodies emitted a gloomy aura. Obviously, they were two experts of the Devil Dao. "Brat, you're not bad. You actually managed to dodge my attack." The one who attacked was a man in a black robe. His voice was gloomy, like the sound of a midnight snack. It was hoarse and unpleasant to the ear. Hearing this voice gave people a creepy feeling. "Who are you? I don't seem to have any enmity with you, right?" Lin Feng coldly looked at the two people. These two people were abnormally strong. Lin Feng estimated that they should be at the 5th layer of the Martial King realm because these two cultivators made Lin Feng feel deeply threatened. Cultivators at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layer of the Martial King realm were no match for Lin Feng. Although a 4th layer Martial King realm cultivator was stronger than Lin Feng, it was very difficult for Lin Feng to feel this way. Only cultivators at the 5th layer of the Martial King realm, or even stronger, could make Lin Feng feel this way. "You're the one wanted by the Qingyang sect, right?" The black-robed cultivator didn't answer. Lin Feng sneered and said, "For a mere 100,000 gold coins, you're going to make such a big fuss? I'll give you 1,000,000 gold coins. Hurry up and leave." Hee. The two people suddenly laughed gloomily. The cultivator in the white robe sneered and said, "Brat, you underestimate us too much. The Qingyang sect has issued an underworld hunting order. Anyone who can take your head will not only receive 1,000,000 spirit stones, but also an ancient magical technique. Of course, the most important thing is that the Qingyang sect will remember this favor. Hee. Making an ancient power owe you a favor, this business is quite good." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He hadn't thought that the Qingyang sect would issue an underworld hunting order. Lin Feng frowned and asked, "What's this underworld hunting order?" He Sha sneered and said, "Since you're going to die soon, I'll teach you a lesson today. It's a kind of bounty in the dark world. Anyone from the evil path, the demonic path, the demon clan, the Yao clan, and so on can receive a bounty. Even assassins and righteous cultivators who have hidden their identities can receive the bounty. Once they complete the bounty, they'll receive a huge reward." "Then where is this underworld hunting order issued?" Lin Feng continued to ask. "That's not something you should know," the white demon said gloomily. The black demon said, "Brat, are you done with your nonsense? If you know what's good for you, kill yourself. That way, you won't die in pain. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Lin Feng smiled icily. "I think you're both blind dogs. Surprisingly, you dared come and offend me. If you leave now, you can still live. If you don't, you'll die here." When the black demon duo heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately flew into a rage. A trashy general realm cultivator. How dare he look down on the black demon duo? The black demon duo had been famous for a long time. How could they be looked down on like this? The black demon sneered, "Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. When we catch you later, we won't kill you directly. Instead, we'll slice off your flesh piece by piece and torture you to death." "Do it." The white demon waved his hand, and the two of them attacked Lin Feng. As long as the black demon duo attacked, no matter what their opponent's cultivation level was, they would attack together. The two of them were cautious people. It was because of this caution that they had survived until now. Even if they were dealing with Lin Feng, who was a general realm ant, they still followed the same train of thought as when they were fighting their enemies. If they were going to attack, they would attack together. Swoosh, swoosh. The Black Demon duo attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. The Black Demon used a ghostly shadow hand technique, condensing claw lights that grabbed at Lin Feng. The White Demon used a Devil's Ghost Fist technique, and a dense number of fist shadows flew towards Lu Sheng. The shadows of the fists seemed to transform into demons as they pounced towards him. Lin Feng quickly retreated. Bang, however, under the joint attack of the Black Demon duo, he was still sent flying. Lin Feng felt his blood boil. The Black Demon duo was at least in the fifth heaven of the Martial King realm. It was too difficult for him to deal with them now, and he was at a great disadvantage. I have to defeat one of them first. Only by catching them off guard can I kill them. Otherwise, I'll be the one to die. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although the situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng had experienced too many life-and-death battles. He had even experienced a fierce battle with the Yin-Yang realm men of sacrifice of the Qingyang sect. Therefore, Lin Feng had developed a calm personality. He knew that if he fought against the Black Demon duo, it would be difficult for him to win. Only by killing one of them first would he have a chance of winning. However, Lin Feng also knew that with his strength, it would be extremely difficult to kill any one of them. Unless he could catch them off guard, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Boom, boom. The Black Demon duo attacked again. Come out, ancient Holy Emperor Qiongqi's clone, said Lin Feng while waving his right hand. Roar, roar. A deep roar spread in the air as the two-headed Qiongqi appeared and threw itself at the Black Demon. A clone technique. That little boy has a clone technique. He Xiao was shocked. Then, his eyes were filled with endless greed. If a general could successfully create a clone technique, it had to be an extremely powerful clone technique. The Black Demon duo were martial kings. If they could obtain a clone technique, it would be much easier to create one. Thinking about that, the Black Demon duo was excited. Brother, I'll deal with the clone. You deal with that little boy. Don't kill him, capture him alive, said the Black Demon in a sinister voice. Don't worry, I won't let him die, said the Black Demon duo, said the White Demon while smiling ferociously. However, he didn't say the word die. Suddenly, the White Fiend held his head and let out an incomparably mournful scream. Oh no, a soul attack. Little boy, you want to die. The Black Demon's expression changed drastically. He wanted to protect the White Demon, but the two-headed Qiongqi stopped him. Lin Feng moved towards the White Demon, who was covering his head and shrieking in agony. You're fighting a battle of life and death. Surprisingly, you're distracted. Besides, you made a fatal mistake. You underestimated me, said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. He threw a punch at the White Demon. Boom! A loud explosion spread in the air. The White Demon was blown away by Lin Feng's punch and coughed up blood. Chapter 425. Whoosh! After injuring Bai Sha, Lin Feng moved towards Bai Sha. It was the best time to kill Bai Sha. If he missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to find another one. He rushed to the front of the White Fiend in an instant. His palm was surrounded by the power of thunder, and he blasted it toward the White Fiend. Little boy, even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Bai Sha had been severely injured. He looked ferocious. It was a moment of life and death, and he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng condensed thunderbolts and threw them at Bai Sha. His thunderbolts intertwined and released a terrifying twisting strength which moved towards Bai Sha. Bang! A thunderous sound spread in the air. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation had condensed into a ball of lightning and crashed into Bai Sha's body. Half of Bai Sha's body exploded. Blood splashed everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Brother! When He Sha saw that, his expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but the two-headed winged tiger had stopped him. Die together. Bai Sha looked at his body and knew he couldn't survive. He smiled ferociously and threw himself at Lin Feng. His body began to swell. When Lin Feng saw that, his expression changed drastically. Bai Sha looked like he was going to self-destruct. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly moved away. But he didn't have enough time to dodge Bai Sha's self-destruction. Dracophant protection, shouted Lin Feng. The Dracophant strength surrounded Lin Feng. Boom! After that, the sound of an explosion filled the air. Bai Sha, a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer, had chosen to self-destruct. He wanted to take Lin Feng down with him before he died. The self-destruction of a cultivator of the Qi layer was terrifying. The surrounding forest was destroyed in a flash. Lin Feng was blown away by the explosion. Wah, wah, wah! Lin Feng coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood in midair. Lin Feng's body violently crashed into a tree. The tree was broken by the force of the collision. Thump! Lin Feng was thrown 30 meters away. His body was twitching. The self-destruction of a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer was terrifying. Even though Lin Feng had a strong body and Dracophant strength, he was still injured. He hurriedly took a healing pill to suppress the injuries on his body. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. He Sha roared furiously. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Lin Feng's heart. When he was young, he and Bai Sha had joined the demonic path and had been together for 30 years. Bai Sha had been killed by Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. He Sha's 3 palm strikes landed on the 2-headed Xiongqi's body. He Sha was completely risking his life to send the 2-headed Xiongqi flying. Then, He Sha quickly moved towards Lin Feng. Kill, kill, kill. He only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to kill Lin Feng to avenge Bai Sha. Soul Sword. Lin Feng used his secret soul technique again. He wanted to attack He Sha as he had done with Bai Sha, but this time, he failed. He Sha had learned his lesson from Bai Sha. His body was surrounded by a strong qi, and he blocked Lin Feng's soul sword. Lin Feng couldn't use his secret soul technique anymore. He could only rely on his own strength to fight He Sha. However, Lin Feng knew his own condition. Bai Sha's self-destruction had injured him. It would be even more difficult to kill He Sha. In the distance, the Fire Qilin stood on a rock and watched the battle. He didn't interfere in the battle between Lin Feng and the black-white double demons. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He Sha punched at Lin Feng. His qi condensed into a huge hand, and he slammed it towards Lin Feng. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly moved to the left and dodged He Sha's attack. He Sha's attack landed on the ground, creating a 10-meter deep hole. He Sha was in a berserk state. His battle strength had increased. He Sha's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. He attacked more than 10 times, but Lin Feng relied on his speed to dodge each attack. You coward! Do you only know how to dodge? He Sha roared angrily. Lin Feng kept dodging He Sha's attacks because he was recovering quickly. He looked indifferent and said coldly, "In a battle of life and death, who cares about how to fight? What a joke. I think you're just an idiot. Brat, you killed my junior brother. I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes." He Sha sneered. Lin Feng sneered, "You're allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you? What kind of logic is that? Since you want to kill me and go to the Qingyang sect to get the reward, you should be prepared to be killed by me." Brat, die. He Sha roared. His speed suddenly increased a lot. It was unknown if he had used some powerful secret technique. This time, Lin Feng found it difficult to dodge He Sha's attacks. However, Lin Feng realized that he had almost recovered. Black Fiend Demon Fist. He Sha instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng. He roared and punched out 36 times. The Black Fiend Demon Fist overlapped with each other. With each punch, the power would increase exponentially. Therefore, when He Sha performed 36 Black Fiend Demon Fists in a row, his attacks had reached an extreme. The ultimate form of the Devouring Martial Spirit. 5 Devouring Martial Spirits as one. Facing He Sha's violent attacks, Lin Feng also began to use his strongest battle strength. The 5 Devouring Martial Spirits were activated. When the 5 Devouring Martial Spirits fused together, an unimaginably powerful confinement force was formed. That confinement force directly enveloped He Sha. He Sha's speed quickly decreased. "You actually have 5 martial spirits. Brat, you must die." He Sha was terrified. He was overwhelmed with shock. This brat in front of him was too terrifying. If he didn't kill him, he would definitely die in the future. Heisha even regretted accepting this mission, but it was too late. Now, it had reached the point where it was either you die or I die. Break! Heisha roared. Even though Lin Feng had condensed 5 devouring martial spirits, he was still able to move. Heisha was much stronger than the White Sha. Heisha threw a punch at Lin Feng. If that punch landed on Lin Feng's body, he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. At that time, he would inevitably face the fate of death. But just when Heisha thought that he was about to succeed, he suddenly felt that his body was entangled by a dense rope. Entanglement technique? When Heisha's terrifying punch was about to land on his body, Lin Feng used the entanglement technique to entangle Heisha. Lin Feng was a powerful spiritual array master. Although Lin Feng rarely used spiritual array masters when fighting against cultivators, it didn't mean that Lin Feng didn't know how to use spiritual array masters. Lin Feng not only knew how to use spiritual array masters, but he also knew a lot more. This was his final trump card. At this moment, when his life was in danger, Lin Feng used this trump card. The effect was amazing. If Lin Feng had revealed that he was a spiritual array master at the beginning, Heisha would have been prepared and his entanglement technique wouldn't have worked. A spiritual array master. Heisha looked terrified. That's right. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He quickly moved forwards and used his hand as a blade, cutting through the air. Poof! Heisha's head flew up into the sky. Blood splashed everywhere. Heisha's body crashed to the ground. Huff! Huff! Lin Feng knelt on the ground and panted heavily. This battle made him feel deeply exhausted. Rumble! At this moment, dozens of flaming demonic beasts came from afar. On each of the flaming demonic beasts sat a terrifying cultivator with unfathomable strength. Seeing those powerful cultivators riding the flaming demonic beasts, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Chapter 426. Lin Feng wanted to leave, but it was too late. Those people riding raging flame magical beasts had already rushed over, and they stopped. The leader of the group was an old man and a mysterious woman whose face was covered by a veil. Mr. Yin, look, the dead people are the black-white double evil spirits. They're on the Martial Spirit Palace's wanted list. Many strong cultivators tried to kill them, but they managed to escape. Who would have thought they'd die here? Said a strong cultivator. The Martial Spirit Palace? Those people are from the Martial Spirit Palace? Lin Feng was surprised, but he was relieved. The old man called Mr. Yin nodded and looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Yan's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't thought that the one who had killed the black-white double evil spirits would be an 18 or 19-year-old young man. However, Mr. Yin hadn't seen Lin Feng kill the black-white double evil spirits with his own eyes, so he didn't know whether or not Lin Feng had killed them. Did you kill the black-white double evil spirits? Asked Mr. Yin. Lin Feng stood up and nodded. Many people gasped. That young man. He was so young. But he had killed the black-white double evil spirits. That was incredible. Many people frowned when they sensed Lin Feng's cultivation level. That young man was only a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer. How could a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer kill the black-white double evil spirits? Was that a joke? Mr. Yin frowned as well. He also thought that Lin Feng wasn't telling the truth. Maybe Lin Feng's friends had killed the black-white double evil spirits, and they had just left. Or maybe there were other reasons. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the people of the Martial Spirit Palace. He took the black-white double evil spirits rings, put them away, and turned around to leave. The veiled woman, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said, "Wait a moment." That woman's voice was soft and gentle. It sounded like she was in a beautiful place. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he had the impression that the evil qi in his heart had dispersed. Is there anything else? Lin Feng looked at the masked woman. He vaguely felt that the one with the highest position in the Martial Spirit Palace was probably not the elder called Elder Yin, but the veiled woman. Take it. The veiled woman tossed out a token. Lin Feng caught the token. Martial Spirit Palace. Core Disciple Token. Lin Feng was shocked. When you arrive in Tianshang City, you can join the Eastern country's godly spirit palace and become a core disciple. If you perform well, you can represent the Eastern country's godly spirit palace and compete against the geniuses of the Tianwu continent's godly spirit palace. You can explore mysterious places and receive inheritances. You can learn the most ancient cultivation techniques and the best cultivation resources. Even the ancient dynasties and holy lands can't compare with the resources of the godly spirit palace. The masked woman's seductive voice rang out. Thank you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then, he turned around and jumped into the forest. That little boy is surprisingly calm. Many people rolled their eyes. They knew what the core token of the martial spirit palace represented. Someone once took out such a token to auction, and the bidder actually used 3 countries larger than the Zhenwu country to bid for such a martial spirit token. Master Yuji, martial spirit orders are given to super geniuses of the yin-yang layer. That little boy is only a little general. Why did you give him a martial spirit order? Asked Elder Yin cautiously. Elder Yan's name was Yin Qing. His identity was not simple. He was the leader of the Divine Land Martial Spirit Palace in the East County. He was the #1 leader of the Divine Land Martial Spirit Palace in the East County. However, in front of this masked woman, he was still very cautious. One could imagine the identity of this masked woman. A general who killed the black-white double demons, who were cultivators of the 5th celestial layer. What do you think? Asked the veiled woman, glancing at Elder Yin. Said Elder Yin. Of course, he's terrifyingly talented. However, it's hard to say whether that little boy killed them or not. Even if he did, it's hard to say whether he has some kind of precious treasure. The veiled woman smiled and said, when he left, a young beast followed him. Did you see what it was? Elder Yin nodded and said, I saw it, but I don't know what kind of beast it was. Obviously, they thought the fire Qilin was a young beast. After all, the fire Qilin's cultivation had disappeared and its body had shrunk. It was a divine beast, a fire Qilin, said the veiled woman. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air suddenly resounded in the mountain forest. Someone who could make a divine beast follow him. Either he was a peerless cultivator, or he was an incredible genius recognized by a divine beast. But obviously, Lin Feng wasn't a peerless cultivator, so the latter was the only possibility. I originally wanted to invite him to the headquarters of the Martial Spirit Palace, but the situation in the headquarters is complicated. It won't be good for his growth. The veiled woman glanced at Elder Yin indifferently. Elder Yin hurriedly said, Thank you, Master Yuji. All right. The veiled woman nodded indifferently. Let's go to the Qingyang sect. After we're done with the Qingyang sect, we have to find the mysterious Yin witch. It's said that the mysterious Yin witch has come to the world. She should be around 11 or 12 years old now. She needs to be 15 years old to awaken the incredible power hidden deep in her memories. She probably hasn't awakened yet, but we don't know where she is hiding in the eastern province. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a group of people rode on their flaming beasts and left quickly. Those people from the Martial Spirit Palace must be going to the Qingyang sect to investigate, right? Lin Feng looked at the Martial Spirit Palace's core disciple medallion and put it away. He hadn't thought about which force to join yet. If the Martial Spirit Palace's treatment was as good as the veiled woman had said, it would be a good way to go. The fire Qilin frowned and said, That woman is terrifying. She gives me the creeps. She's that strong? Lin Feng was shocked. The fire Qilin nodded solemnly and said, Normally, the Martial Spirit Palace of the Eastern Province shouldn't have such a terrifying person. She must be one of the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Palace. But I don't know why the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Palace came to a barren place like the Eastern Province. I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't care about these things. Lin Feng found a secluded place and started to heal. Although the battle with the black-white double demons had been dangerous, Lin Feng had gained a lot. What made him happy was that if he combined his cultivation with his formation skills, even a cultivator of the 5th sky of the Martial King layer wouldn't be a match for him. A day later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. His injuries had completely healed. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin didn't stop and flew towards the Qingyang sect. Chapter 427. The Qingyang sect was located in the depths of the ancient forest. There was a huge dragon vein here, and dragon chi was rising. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge dragon crouching in the depths of the ancient forest. The dragon vein represented fate. The Qingyang sect was located on the dragon vein, which could continue the fate of the sect. This sect had been around for nearly 100,000 years. It relied on this dragon vein to continue the fate of the sect. Geniuses were constantly born, and it had been passed down from generation to generation. Every day, many people came from all over the world, wanting to join the Qingyang sect to cultivate. In the eyes of ordinary people, being able to join the Qingyang sect was equivalent to entering the celestial gate. In the future, they would be able to fly in the sky, burrow into the ground, and move mountains and seas like the gods in the legends. Is that the Qingyang sect? Lin Feng stood on a mountain peak in the distance and looked out. He felt that there were continuous mountains in the distance, and among the mountains, a huge dragon was resting on the ground. Of course, it was not a real dragon. It was formed by the dragon vein of the Qingyang sect. It was magnificent and majestic. What a heavenly paradise! Lin Feng murmured. The Qingyang sect has occupied a good place. You know, the divine land of the eastern county is not like other states. This place is relatively barren, and dragon veins are very rare. The fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded. It was precisely because dragon veins were rare in the divine land of the eastern county that the Qingyang sect was different from the rest. Being able to obtain a dragon vein in the barren divine land of the eastern county was enough to show how powerful this force was. Lin Feng wore a bamboo hat and arrived near the gate of the Qingyang sect with the fire Qilin. The security here was very strict. There were disciples patrolling the mountain, and there were restrictions guarding the gate. The only way to enter was through the gate. Lin Feng wanted to see if there were other ways, but he couldn't find any. The mountains are surrounded by restrictions. These restrictions are very difficult to break. Even if they are broken, I'm afraid I'll be discovered. Lin Feng murmured and frowned slightly. He originally wanted to sneak into the Qingyang sect to find Zizhao's sister, but it was obvious that this plan was going to be ruined. As Lin Feng frowned, he saw a wretched silhouette moving towards the back of the mountain. When Lin Feng saw that silhouette, he was astonished. It was the boundless Taoist priest. Surprisingly, it was that damn Taoist priest. Why was he in the Qingyang sect? And why was he acting so sneakily? It seemed like he had ulterior motives. This Taoist priest doesn't do good things, but he does bad things. He definitely didn't come to the Qingyang sect to do good things. The fire Qilin couldn't help but roll its eyes after seeing immeasurable Taoist. The fire Qilin had a deep impression of the immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng nodded and quickly followed. Taoist Wuliang was very alert. When he saw that someone was following them, he immediately took out a flying sword. Lin Feng took out his black dragon sword and knocked Wuliang's flying sword away. Taoist, it's a small world. What a coincidence that we meet again. Lin Feng smiled at Taoist Wuliang. It's you, kid. Taoist Wuliang's face turned green when he saw Lin Feng. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "Damn you, Taoist Master Wuliang. I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. I can't believe I met a shameless kid like you again." Lin Feng said, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful or I'll sue you for slander." Taoist Wuliang curled his lips and said, "The Qingyang sect is looking for you everywhere. What are you doing here?" Taoist Wuliang rubbed his chin and said, "I heard that the Qingyang sect has issued an arrest warrant for you. I'm considering if I should capture you now and send you to the Qingyang sect to receive a reward." Taoist Wuliang changed his tone and said, "But if you return the sky-devouring jar to me, I'll consider pretending that I didn't see you." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Are you daydreaming? How dare you have designs on my treasure? Do you believe that I won't kill you today? Come, let's see who will kill who." Taoist Wuliang stared at Lin Feng fearlessly. Lin Feng knew Taoist Wuliang very well. He was a despicable, shameless, and insidious bastard. Lin Feng didn't want to fight with Taoist Wuliang, so he said, "Why bother? It won't be good for either of us to fight. I'm guessing that you have your own reasons for coming to the Qingyang sect, right? You're not someone who would just wander around aimlessly." Hey, do you want to join forces and do something big? Taoist Wuliang narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Oh? Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wuliang in surprise. Haven't you heard? The Martial Spirit Palace has come to investigate the Qingyang sect's higher-ups. I'm sure you're the one who spread the news, right? The higher-ups of the Qingyang sect are very busy dealing with the Martial Spirit Palace. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Taoist Wuliang rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "What opportunity?" Lin Feng was still confused. 10 miles to the west of the forest we're in is the place where the ancestors of the Qingyang sect are buried. The first ancestor of the Qingyang sect, the Qingyang holy man, was an existence that was infinitely close to being a god. Think about it. How many funerary objects were buried in his tomb? Taoist Wuliang counted with his fingers and said, "Spirit stones, magic treasures, and ancient divine abilities, grave robbing." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. If you dig up the graves of the Qingyang sect's ancestors, won't the sect hate you to death? Bah, brat, how can you say that? I'm an archaeologist, do you understand? This is archaeology. Taoist Wuliang boasted shamelessly. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. Lin Feng said, "Are the graves of the Qingyang sect's ancestors connected to the Qingyang sect?" Taoist Wuliang nodded. "Of course. Okay, let's work together to break the restriction here. You go and do the archaeology, and I'll go to the Qingyang sect to find someone." "Let's do our own thing," Lin Feng said. "No problem." Taoist Wuliang nodded. Taoist Wuliang proposed to work with Lin Feng because he knew that Lin Feng was also a spiritual array master, and a high-grade one at that. The two of them arrived at a barren mountain more than 10 kilometers away. This was where the ancestors of the Qingyang sect were buried. The boundless Taoist priest and Lin Feng joined hands to break the deployment spells. The boundless Taoist priest said, "My method of breaking deployment spells is called using deployment spells to break deployment spells. I'll tell you how to use deployment spells to break deployment spells. I'll be in charge of using deployment spells to break the deployment spells. You can help me create some simple deployment spells." Chapter 428. "I'll go with the Taoist priest," said the fire Qilin. Lin Feng nodded. The fire Qilin had its own plans. Lin Feng flew ahead. Some disciples were patrolling the area and cursing could be heard from afar. "Damn it, he sent us here to patrol the Yin Mountain. It's so gloomy at night. That Zhang Hui is a bastard. He took advantage of the fact that his uncle is a deacon and transferred those bastards who tried to curry favor with him away from the Yin Mountain. How despicable. Sigh, we have no power in the Qingyang sect. We can only stay here and see if we can curry favor with a core disciple and ask him to investigate this damn place," said another disciple. Lin Feng nodded. Yin Mountain was the place where the ancestors of the Qingyang sect were buried. It was a place where the dead were buried and had always been regarded as an ominous place by cultivators. Even if one were to patrol the mountain, no one would be willing to come to a place like Yin Mountain. The best place to patrol the mountain was naturally the entrance of the sect. If there were visitors, they would usually give them some spiritual stones. If there were powerful cultivators who were generous, they could easily give a few high-level spiritual stones. That was a huge amount of resources. Lin Feng avoided the patrolling disciples and entered the mountains in front of the Qingyang sect. There were many palaces in the mountains, and many of them were surrounded by dragon qi. The qi of the heaven and earth there was much thicker than outside. It probably had something to do with the dragon vein. The Qingyang sect's deployment spellcasters must have set up powerful deployment spells to absorb the qi of the heaven and earth. A lot of qi of the heaven and earth was gathering there. It was obviously an excellent place to practice cultivation. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a disciple arrived on his sword and saw Lin Feng wearing a bamboo hat. He couldn't help but feel strange and asked in a cold tone, "Who are you?" said Lin Feng, raising his eyebrows. The disciple was shocked. Seeing Lin Feng's tough attitude, he thought, "Is he from the Martial Spirit Palace?" Thinking of this, he started sweating profusely. He jumped off the flying sword and said, "I am Fan Xiangfu, an inner disciple of the Qingyang sect. May I know your name, senior brother?" Seeing this disciple's change in attitude, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the people from the Martial Spirit Palace coming to the Qingyang sect. Did this disciple think that he was a member of the martial spirit palace? By the way, I have a martial spirit token. Lin Feng's heart stirred. He took out the token and waved it at Fan Chong. Martial Spirit Palace. Core Disciple Token. Seeing this token, Fan Xiangfu's face turned pale with fright. How dare an inner disciple be so arrogant? Is this how the Qingyang sect behaves? Lin Feng immediately scolded in a cold voice. Fan Xiangfu was trembling with fear. He quickly said, "Senior brother, it's all a misunderstanding, said Lin Feng. Let me ask you something. If you answer well, I'll forgive you for being disrespectful." Fan Xiangfu hurriedly said, "As long as you know, I'll tell you everything." "Do you know Zishao?" asked Lin Feng. Fan Xiangfu nodded and said, "I do, but I'm not familiar with Zishao. Zishao has been dead for a while. It's said that when he went to the Undying Mountain Range, he had an accident and died tragically." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Zishao's death was something he couldn't forget. He continued asking, "Zishao has a younger sister. Do you know where she is?" "Senior brother, are you talking about Zilinger?" I know, said Fan Xiangfu hurriedly. "Take me to her," said Lin Feng. "Senior brother, come with me." Zishao stepped onto his flying sword and flew off into the distance. Lin Feng also soared into the sky and flew off with Zishao. In the outer sect disciples' quarters. "Linger, Shuiyang is here again. Hurry up and hide." A green-robed female disciple hurriedly ran into a courtyard and said to a young girl who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. Although the girl was young, her figure was slender and she had a delicate and beautiful face. However, her face was very haggard. "Thank you for telling me, sister," said Zilinger, her face pale. She ran out of the courtyard and into the forest. She hid in a small cave, shivering. She didn't know how many times she had hidden in that cave to avoid Shuiyang. Her small body was curled up, shivering. She looked very helpless in the dark. Swoosh, soon, a young man who looked to be in his 20s flew over and entered the courtyard. "Where's Zilinger?" asked the young man gloomily. The girl in green who had told Ziling to hide said, "Linger, she went into the forest to cultivate. She hasn't come back yet." "She hasn't come back? What a coincidence. Didn't I tell you to tell her to wait for me here when I was cultivating in seclusion a month ago? She went to cultivate again? Did she really go to cultivate? Or is she hiding from me?" This young man was the Shuiyang mentioned by the green-clothed girl. Shuiyang was a core disciple of the first celestial layer. He had a high status in the Qingyang sect. He had had a conflict with Zishao before, but after Zishao's death, he had broken through to the martial king layer. However, Shuiyang had not forgotten the conflict between him and Zishao. He had always hated Zishao. Since he could not take revenge on Zishao, he thought of Zishao's younger sister. Although Zishao's younger sister was young, she was very beautiful. The first thing Shuiyang did after breaking through was to beg the elders of the sect to give Zishao's sister to him. The elders didn't refuse and gave Zishao's sister to Shuiyang. However, Shuiyang was worse than a beast. Half a year ago, he had tried to rape the 11-year-old Zilinger. Zilinger had almost been humiliated, but fortunately, someone had passed by at that time, and Zilinger had taken the opportunity to escape. Although Zilinger had been given to Shuiyang, she was still only 11 years old. If he wanted to do something to Zilinger that was worse than a beast, it would be too immoral. This matter had caused some of the higher-ups to be unhappy, which was why Shuiyang had not done anything to Zilinger for the time being. Zilinger fled back to the outer courtyard to avoid Shuiyang's evil claws. Shuiyang would come to check on Zilinger every once in a while. However, he had recently been bitterly cultivating with an elder, so he didn't have much time to be distracted. Zilinger was spared from his evil schemes. But now, the bitter training had ended. Shuiyang thought of Zilinger's exquisite figure and exquisite face, and felt a ball of evil fire burning in his lower abdomen. Now, Zilinger was already 12 years old. In Shuiyang's opinion, even if he raped Zilinger now, with his current status in the sect, those who opposed this matter before could now shut their mouths. Chapter 429. When she heard Shuiyang's question, she said, "She really went to cultivate." Many of my fellow disciples can testify to that. Humph, Shueyang looked gloomy and said coldly, I don't believe that Ziling can hide from me forever. After saying that, Shueyang walked outside. The girl and Cyan sighed in relief. Ling could finally hide from this evil person for a while. Even though he felt sorry for her, his cultivation level was limited and he couldn't help her. Brother, please wait, said a voice at that moment. But right at this moment, a voice sounded out, and then a young woman in blue walked out. She was called Lan Tian, and she was also an outer court disciple. What's the matter? Shueyang didn't look happy. Lan Tian said, Brother Shueyang, Li Qingxian is lying. Ziling didn't go out to cultivate. When Li Qingxian saw you coming, she ran over and told you that Ziling went out to hide. Every time Ziling went out to hide, it was Li Qingxian who told her. When she heard Lan Tian, the girl's expression changed drastically. Many of the female disciples in the courtyard looked at Lan Tian with ugly gazes. They liked Ziling quite a lot, but they hated the calculative Lan Tian. However, their words carried little weight, and they couldn't help much. Faced with the angry looks of her fellow disciples, Lan Tian looked at them with disdain. She even glared at them provocatively. In Lan Tian's opinion, Shueyang would become a yin-yang cultivator sooner or later. If she could climb up to him now, her status in the sect would definitely rise. Slap! A loud slap rang out. Shueyang raised his right hand and slapped Li Qingxian's face. A bloody handprint appeared on Li Qingxian's face. Shueyang grabbed Li Qingxuan's neck and roared, I was wondering why that little bitch was able to avoid me time and time again. So it's because you're helping her. Hurry up and tell me where she is, or I'll take your life. Li Qingxian looked at the ferocious Shueyang in horror, but she still shook her head firmly. Li Qingxian could never forget the time when she had just joined the sect and was bullied by her fellow sect members to the point where she couldn't even eat. It was that cute little girl who had shared her own things with her. That once innocent and naive little girl liked to share everything about her and her brother with her. The ancient sects were a cruel world. Without talent, one was destined to be eliminated. If it wasn't for that little girl, he might have given up on cultivation long ago. Perhaps he would be accidentally killed when he was sparring with one of his senior brothers or sisters. Or perhaps he had long become a tool for a certain senior brother to vent his desires. It was that naive little girl's encouragement that made him stronger. Later on, that little girl gradually grew up. More than a year ago, when she heard that her brother had died, the naive little girl became helpless and pained. She never smiled again. Li Qingxuan's heart ached when she saw that. Even if I die, I can't reveal Ling Er's whereabouts, Li Qingxian told herself. Shueyang had a death grip on her neck, and her face had already become extremely pale. However, her eyes were fixed on Shueyang, and she had no intention of yielding. A female disciple said, Senior Brother Shui, are you trying to strangle junior sister Qingxian to death? Although our status as outer sect disciples can't compare to yours, we're still disciples of the sect. If Senior Brother Shui really kills junior sister Qingxian, even if you're a core disciple now, the sect will still hold you accountable, right? Shueyang coldly glanced at the female disciple and threw Li Qingxian, who was about to be strangled to death, to the ground. At that moment, the female disciple called Lan Tian'er said, Senior Brother, please don't lower yourself to the same level as these lowly servants. I know where Ziling is hiding. I'll take you there. Lan Tian'er, you bitch. You'll suffer retribution for doing such a heinous thing. Li Qingxian looked at Lan Tian'er with hatred. However, Lan Tian'er slapped Li Qingxian and screamed, Li Qingxian, who do you think you are? How dare you scold me? Haha, not bad, not bad. You're called Lan Tian'er, right? I'll remember you. As long as I find Ziling, I'll reward you greatly. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother. Lan Tian'er hurriedly bowed, her face filled with joy. Shueyang grabbed Li Qingxuan's hair and pulled her up. He kicked her and said coldly, If that bitch Ziling doesn't submit, I'll use you to threaten her. Let's see if she'll submit to me because of you. No, I'm not going. Let me go. Li Qingxian struggled violently. Lead the way, Shueyang said. Lan Tian led the way in front, while Shui Yang dragged Li Qingxian by her hair, dragging her struggling body into the distance. What should we do now? Ling won't be able to escape this time. We're too weak to help her. Sigh. I hope she'll be able to fend for herself. Many female disciples anxiously walked around in circles. Thinking about how difficult the path of cultivation was, they couldn't help but feel sad. Senior brother, the courtyard in front is where Sister Ziling lives. Originally, Brother Zi Xiao had his own courtyard and Sister Ziling lived with him. However, after Brother Zi Xiao died, the sect took back his courtyard and sent Sister Ziling here to live with the other female disciples, Fan Xiangfu said carefully. He didn't know what the relationship between Lin Feng and Ziling was. Now that the sect was treating Ziling like this, if he angered Lin Feng, Fan Xiangfu was worried that Ziling would vent her anger on him. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "What a realistic sect." Fan Xiangfu smiled wryly, not daring to say anything. Lin Feng and Fan Xiangfu went to the courtyard. The female disciples were still talking about Ziling. When they saw Fan Xiangfu, they quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Fan." Fan Xiangfu waved his hand and said, "Where is Sister Ziling? This is a big shot from the Martial Spirit Palace. He wants to see Sister Ziling." A big shot from the Martial Spirit Palace? Many female disciples' eyes lit up. They couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, who was wearing a bamboo hat. However, they couldn't see Lin Feng's face clearly. They didn't know why a big shot from the Martial Spirit Palace was looking for Ziling. The female disciple who had been glared at by Shui Yang quickly said, "Sir, please save Ling. If you're late, Sister Ziling will be raped. She's only 12 years old. If she's raped, how will she survive?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. His face darkened and he asked, "What's going on?" "Sir, we don't have time. Can we talk on the way? I'm worried that if we're late, Sister Ziling's innocence will be sullied," said the female disciple. At that moment, Lin Feng was about to explode. He didn't know what was going on, but from what the female disciple had said, Lin Feng knew that Ziling was in danger. If anything happened to her, how could he face Zi Xiao? Lin Feng felt a terrifying murderous intent brewing in his chest. His voice sounded like it came from hell. "Lead the way." "Sir, follow me," said the female disciple, running towards the forest in the distance. Lin Feng followed her. "Shit, Shui Yang is going to cause a huge mess." Fan Xiangfu's expression suddenly changed. He obviously knew about the conflict between Shui Yang and Zi Xiao. He also knew that Shui Yang had asked for Ziling after Zi Xiao's death. However, it seemed that the big shot from the Martial Spirit Palace had a close relationship with Ziling or Zi Xiao. Besides, he looked murderous. Fan Xiangfu hurriedly flew towards the main peak. He had to report this to the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect. Chapter 430. In the main hall of the main mountain, the Qingyang sect was being questioned by the Martial Spirit Palace. The veiled woman was sitting on a chair with her eyes closed. The patriarch of the Qingyang sect, Su Moya, was talking to Mr. Yin. "I need to see the patriarch about something urgent." At that moment, Fan Xiangfu's voice came from outside. "The patriarch is talking to an important person of the Martial Spirit Palace. Everything has to be postponed," said the disciple outside. "It's really urgent," said Fan Xiangfu anxiously. He thought that Shui Yang and Ziling's relationship would cause a lot of trouble. "Call the person outside," said the veiled woman, Yu Ji, who hadn't said anything. Even though Su Moya didn't know who Yu Ji was, he knew that she was an incredible person. She was someone the Qingyang sect couldn't afford to offend. Even the patriarch of the Martial Spirit Palace, Yin Qing, was very respectful to her. "Great Elder, call him in," said Lin Feng. Said Su Moya. "Yes, patriarch." An old man answered and walked out. Soon, he walked in with a trembling Fan Xiangfu. This was the first time Fan Xiangfu was facing so many big shots, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. "What's the commotion outside?" asked the great elder in a deep voice. Fan Xiangfu knelt on the ground and said, "I met an important person of the Martial Spirit Palace. He asked me to take him to Ziling. At this point, the first elder's expression changed slightly. How did the Martial Spirit Palace know Ziling? The great elder had decided to give Ziling to Shuiyang. Shuiyang had almost raped Ziling which had caused a lot of controversy in the Qingyang sect. If Ziling had been an adult girl and had been given to Shuiyang, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But Ziling had been given to Shuiyang when she was only 11 years old. Shuiyang had wanted to rape her, which was against public decency. Some elders of the Qingyang sect were furious. They had tried to calm the situation down, but now Ziling was related to an important person of the martial spirit palace. The great elder had a bad feeling. Ziling is she Zizhao's sister? Su Moya frowned slightly. Fan Xiangfu hurriedly nodded and said, "That's right, Zizhao's sister." After Zizhao's death, Ziling was given to Shuiyang. Shuiyang. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate. Could it be that there was something that he couldn't tell others? If this is a threat to you, you can leave with the martial spirit palace when we leave. You can be a servant in the martial spirit palace. If you have some achievements in the future, you can become a disciple. Elder Yin suddenly spoke. Fan Xiangfu immediately felt that he was overjoyed. He actually had the opportunity to work in the martial spirit palace. The status of a servant in the martial spirit palace was much higher than that of a core disciple of the Qingyang sect. The most important thing was that a servant in the martial spirit palace would have the opportunity to become an official disciple in the future. Zishao used to be a core disciple of the Qingyang sect, and he had a younger sister. However, a year ago, Zishao died outside and his sister had no one to rely on. There was a disciple called Shuiyang who was a distant relative of the great elder. Shuiyang and Zishao had some grudges. Not long after Zizhao's death, Shuiyang was promoted to a core disciple and asked the sect to give Ziling to him. The great elder gave Ziling to Shuiyang. At that time, Ziling was only 11 years old, but Shuiyang wanted to rape Ziling one night. But later on, several patrolling senior brothers were alerted and Ziling was spared. He didn't even let go of an 11-year-old girl. How preposterous! How heartless! As a woman, when Yu Ji heard these words, she was so angry that her face turned ashen. She raised her right hand and slammed it on the table. With a bang, the table shattered into pieces. The great elder looked glum and said hastily, "Your Excellency, don't listen to this disciple's nonsense. The Qingyang sect is a righteous sect. How could we have such a disciple? I think this person must be a spy from a demonic cultivator. He wants to ruin the reputation of the Qingyang sect in front of Your Excellency. Let me take him away and interrogate him." "Your Excellency, help me. I'm telling the truth." Fan Xiangfu started begging. "How dare you talk nonsense in front of Your Excellency? You want to die." The great elder stretched out his hand and grabbed Fan Xiangfu. "How dare you?" shouted Yu Ji suddenly. The great elder looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He moved backwards 5 or 6 steps and knocked over a few chairs. His face was deathly pale. "Do I need you to interfere with my business?" Yu Ji's eyes flashed coldly. Suemo Ya's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He said hastily, "Your Excellency, please don't get angry. We can't bear the consequences of your anger. If such a scum has appeared in the Qingyang sect, the Qingyang sect won't tolerate it. We'll kill him for the sake of the righteous sect." Yu Ji didn't look at Suemo Ya. Instead, she looked at Fan Xiangfu and said, "Are you sure that the person looking for Ziling is a member of the Spirit Palace?" She asked that because the members of the Spirit Palace were waiting outside. How could they act on their own without orders from the higher-ups? "Yes, that person took out a core disciple's talisman. I saw it clearly. It can't be fake," said Fan Xiangfu hastily. "It's him." The image of a young man suddenly appeared in Yu Ji's mind. Mr. Yin was thinking the same thing as Yu Ji. He looked at Fan Xiangfu and said, "Take us to him. We want to see how chaotic the Qingyang sect is." Yes, please come with me, Your Excellency." Fan Xiangfu hastily got up and walked outside. Suemo Ya's expression was unsightly, while the great elder's face was extremely pale. He could only pray that nothing had happened to Ziling otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Suemo Ya couldn't help but glare at the great elder, then follow Yu Ji and the others outside. In the back mountain of the outer sect disciples, Lan Tian brought Shuiyang there. Shuiyang was dragging Li Qingxian along the way. There were also some female disciples following them. Shui Yang's mind was filled with thoughts of how he would ravage Ziling after finding her. He had a perverted smile on his face. Finally, they arrived at a valley in the back mountain. There was a very small cave at the border of the valley. It could only fit one person. Lan Tian pointed at the cave and said in surprise, "Brother, look, Ziling is hiding in there." Shuiyang looked over. Sure enough, he saw a young girl curled up inside the cave. Her body was trembling, and she seemed very helpless. That young girl was Ziling who was hiding here. Finally found her. Shuiyang's lips curled into a sneer. Chapter 431. Ziling, I can see you. Hurry up and come out, shouted Shuiyang. Ziling was curled up in a ball when she heard Shuiyang's demonic voice. She started trembling in fear. "Ziling, if you don't come out, I'll kill Li Qingxian," said Shuiyang. "Li Qingxian was so nice to you. Do you want her to die because of you?" "Sister Qingxian," whispered Ziling. Ever since her brother had died, only Sister Qingxian had been nice to her in the sect. "No, don't," shouted Ziling. She didn't know where her courage had come from. She ran out of the cave. Let go of Sister Qingxian." Ziling looked at Shuiyang furiously. In her heart, Shuiyang was simply like a demon. Ziling would never be able to forget Shuiyang's beastly behavior that night. If it weren't for her senior brothers passing by and hearing the commotion, Ziling knew that she would have definitely been defiled by Shuiyang. But sometimes, fate was terrifying. In the end, nothing could be changed. "Linger, hurry up and run. Don't worry about me," shouted Li Qingxian. "Bitch," sneered Shuiyang. He kicked Li Qingxian a dozen meters away. Li Qingxuan's body was curled up like a shrimp. She was trembling because of the pain. I promise you everything. Let go of Sister Qingxian." Ziling's pretty face was filled with despair. She had tried to avoid Shuiyang again and again, but in the end, she couldn't escape her cruel fate, said Shuiyang with a perverted smile. "Hee, if you had listened to me earlier, none of this would have happened." As his voice faded, Shuiyang swept over toward Ziling. Ziling closed her eyes in despair. Who are you?" But very quickly, Ziling heard Shuiyang's angry and frightened voice. Ziling opened her eyes and saw a mysterious person wearing a bamboo hat in front of her. That mysterious person grabbed Shuiyang's neck and lifted him into the air. Heavens, that's amazing. The group of female disciples that followed Lin Feng all looked at Lin Feng in shock. Just a moment ago, they had only seen an afterimage flash by, and then Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of Ziling. His right hand grabbed Shuiyang's neck, and he lifted Shuiyang up. Lin Feng ignored Shuiyang's question. He turned his head and looked at Ziling, asking, "Are you Ziling?" Ziling nodded. "My name is Lin Feng. I'm Zijiao's good friend. From now on, I'm your big brother. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll kill them," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his left hand. "Big brother." Ziling murmured these words, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. She reached out her hand in fear, but Lin Feng took the initiative to reach out and grab her hand. Ziling only felt that it was a pair of warm hands, as warm as her brother Zijiao's hands. The fear in her heart disappeared as soon as she grabbed Lin Feng's hand, as if she had found someone to rely on. "Little brat, let me go or you'll die," shouted Shuiyang furiously. He was a core disciple of the Qingyang sect, and he had a high status. But now, someone was grabbing him by the neck. It was a great humiliation for Shuiyang. He was even thinking about how to deal with Lin Feng when the strong cultivators of the Qingyang sect arrived and caught Lin Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the distance, silhouettes were flying. They were the leaders of the Qingyang sect and the Spirit Palace. "It's him." Yuji narrowed her eyes when she saw Lin Feng. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would dare to come to the Qingyang sect alone. Yuji obviously knew that the Qingyang sect was looking for Lin Feng. "How audacious," said Lin Feng. A smile appeared on Yuji's face. "Friend from Martial Spirit Palace, what's your problem? Can we sit down and talk peacefully? There's no need to be so hostile." The first elder of the Qingyang sect let out a sigh of relief when he saw Ziling was fine. The spirit palace. Shuiyang frowned. Shuiyang's face revealed a trace of fear. He naturally knew that the people of the martial spirit palace were not to be trifled with. His arrogance disappeared in an instant and was replaced by fear. He only hoped that Lin Feng would be afraid of the Qingyang sect and let him live. Lin Feng looked at the first elder of the Qingyang sect and sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me what to do? Little brat, what did you say? The first elder of the Qingyang sect was furious. He was a Yin-Yang realm expert, and if he wasn't afraid of the spirit palace, he would have killed Lin Feng. Old dog, get lost. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll dig up the graves of your ancestors. Lin Feng looked indifferent. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The first elder of the Qingyang sect was livid, but he didn't dare to do anything. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong. It's all my fault. Lord, please spare me. Shuiyang's face was pale as he begged loudly. Spare you? Lin Feng's lips curved into a cold smile. Are you daydreaming? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng grabbed Shuiyang's neck with his right hand. Cracking sounds could be heard. Shuiyang's neck was directly broken by Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng threw Shuiyang's body on the ground. He's dead. Shuiyang was strangled to death. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng, including the members of the Spirit Palace. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so decisive as to kill Shuiyang. Lan Tianair was so scared that her face turned pale and her body trembled. Many female disciples who came to watch the fun looked at Lan Tianair gloatingly. They knew that Lan Tianair was doomed. Even if the martial spirit palace master didn't do anything to her, the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect would secretly get rid of Lan Tianair to appease the martial spirit palace. You. The first elder of the Qingyang sect was furious. His eyes were filled with coldness, but he was trying his best to control his anger and killing intent. You killed him. He's evil and evil. Thank you, little brother of the spirit palace, for helping the Qingyang sect get rid of him. Please continue to investigate the disciples of the Qingyang sect and even the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect. If there are more evil spies, please help us get rid of them as well. At that moment, Su Moya came out and cheered loudly. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Moya. Su Moya had surprised Lin Feng. Su Moya had put on a good show. Even if the Spirit Palace found out that some of the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect practiced evil techniques, they could still say that they were evil spies. Lin Feng knew that the core members of the Qingyang sect didn't practice demonic techniques. Those who practiced demonic techniques were probably the ones who had sacrificed themselves for the sect. The higher-ups were hiding in the dark. Chapter 432. Old Yin smiled and said, I don't think it's true that the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect have practiced demonic techniques. We've already investigated but haven't found anything. As for whether or not any of the ordinary disciples have practiced demonic techniques or are spies, the Qingyang sect will have to investigate further. I hope the Qingyang sect will take care of itself. Obviously, Old Yin wanted to let the matter rest. Both sides had taken a step back. After all, it wasn't easy for them to find the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect who had practiced demonic techniques. Lin Feng had killed people in the Qingyang sect, so it was good enough that Lin Feng had escaped unscathed. After hearing Old Yan's words, Su Moya let out a long breath and said, You've worked hard all day. I'll order people to prepare a feast for everyone. No need. We still have things to do. We can't stay for long. Old Yin smiled. Sister Qingxian, are you okay? Ziling ran towards Li Qingxian. Li Qingshuan's face was very pale, but when she saw that Ziling was fine, she smiled and said, I'm fine. Linger, that's great. You can leave the Qingyang sect safely. Okay, I'll follow Brother Lin Feng from now on. Brother Lin Feng, let's take Sister Qingxian with us, okay? Ziling looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Lin Feng patted Ziling's head and said, Of course. With Sister Qingxian by your side, you won't be lonely. Brother, take me with you. If I stay, I won't have a good ending. The female disciple who had led the way for Lin Feng ran out and looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. She's Sister Qi Wei, and she's very good to me. Brother Lin Feng, take her with you too. Ziling, said weakly. Said Ziling in a weak voice. She was worried that Lin Feng wouldn't be happy. Lin Feng said, okay, as long as you want to take them with you. I'll take them with me. That's great. Ziling was very happy. The female disciple called Qi Wei was also very happy. The other female disciples looked at Qi Wei enviously. They obviously knew that Qi Wei would have a meteoric rise in the future. The female disciples were all very upset. When Lin Feng had come, they had told Lin Feng about Ziling. If they had done so, they might have been able to follow him to the spirit's palace. Lin Feng, Sek's sister Qingxian, SSSSS, and sister Qingshuan, sister Qi's. My sister's sister Qingxian and sister, SSSS with her S's. Sect, T's S want twos? Haha, of course not. Just take him away. TTSS, Teet, S, Sect, S, S's, Estes. An hour later, Lin Feng left with the members of the Spirit Palace. Qingyang sect, in the main hall. The upper echelons of the Qingyang sect were all very gloomy, especially the first elder. Shuiyang, who had been crushed by Lin Feng, was a junior he valued very much and was somewhat related to. Now that Shuiyang had died, there was nothing he could do about it. The first elder was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. A junior killed a core disciple of the Qingyang sect just because he's from the spirits, and we didn't dare to do anything about it. We even slandered our own disciple as an evil spy. Su Moya said with a gloomy expression. It's that kid's fault. He deserves to die, said a thin elder with a gloomy voice. He was the Qingyang sect's fifth elder, Lu Qingshan. Whoosh! At that moment, a man in a black robe rushed into the main hall. If Lin Feng saw this man, he would have recognized him. This was none other than the leader of the men of sacrifice who had chased after Lin Feng and was almost killed by Lin Feng. He was a yin-yang expert. That's the kid who crippled Zisu. The black-robed cultivator said. 19, what did you say? The fifth elder immediately stood up. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Zisu was his grandson, and his cultivation had been crippled. Of course, he wanted to kill Lin Feng, who had crippled Lu Zisu's cultivation. The black-robed cultivator was the leader of the Qingyang sect's men of sacrifice. He was also the Qingyang sect's 19th elder, but he was hiding in the dark. The black-robed cultivator said, That's him. Although he's wearing a bamboo hat, I can't be wrong. Unfortunately, the Spirit's Palace's experts are here, so I didn't dare to show my face or send a message to you. I was worried that the Spirit's experts would discover me. Damn it, we should have killed that kid, the fifth elder said fiercely. Su Moya said in a low voice, Fifth elder, calm down. This kid is a core disciple of the Spirit's Palace. Don't forget his identity. No, the 19th elder suddenly said, This kid isn't a core disciple of the Spirit's Palace at all. I think he's a fake. Have you forgotten? This kid wasn't here when the Spirit's Palace came. At that moment, the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect recalled all the people from the Spirit's Palace who had entered the Qingyang sect. Indeed, they couldn't find Lin Feng. We've been fooled, the first elder said with a murderous tone. This is so infuriating. The Spirit's Palace and that kid actually teamed up to trick the Qingyang sect. The fifth elder roared furiously. Su Moya suppressed his anger. Although he didn't know why the Spirit's Palace had helped Lin Feng, he only needed to know that Lin Feng wasn't from the Spirit's Palace. Su Moya said, 19. No matter what price we have to pay, we have to tear that kid to pieces. Yes, Sect Master. The black-robed cultivator immediately flew out of the hall and disappeared. After traveling for more than 100 miles, they stopped to rest. Lin Feng arrived in front of Yu Ji and Elder Yin. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you for your help. I owe you a favor and will definitely repay you in the future. Elder Yin smiled and said, Kid, you've already accepted the Spirit's Palace's core disciple token, so you're considered a member of the Spirit's Palace. Therefore, you don't need to thank us. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, It seems like it'll be difficult for me to refuse the Spirit's Palace's invitation this time. Yu Ji said, Joining the Spirit's Palace will only bring you benefits. Moreover, as long as you join the Spirit's Palace, we can also nurture Ziling. I think that girl's talent is not bad. If you don't join the spirit's palace, what will happen to Zilinger? Lin Feng said, since the two of you think so highly of me, Lin Feng, if I refuse again, I'll be too tactless. However, I still hope that the spirit's palace will give me half a year. I need to go back to the Azure Dragon Institute to deal with some matters. I also need to go back to my family and tell my father, grandfather, and other relatives that I've joined the spirit's palace. Of course. Yuji smiled and nodded. Lin Feng said, however, I still owe you a favor. Lin Feng cupped his fists and walked towards Yiling, and the others. This kid. Elder Yin was slightly surprised. What? Yuji looked at Elder Yin with a smile that wasn't a smile. At this age, with this kind of talent, this kind of temperament, the Eastern Divine Prefecture is still too small for him. Perhaps in a few years, his name will spread throughout the 3,000 prefectures. Elder Yin said solemnly. Yuji smiled slightly and muttered in her heart, spread throughout the 3,000 prefectures? I think that in the future, it won't be as simple as spreading his name throughout the 3,000 prefectures. He might even become a supreme overlord of the Martial Sky Continent's 3,000 prefectures. Chapter 433. Big Brother Feng. It's time to wake up. The sun's already up. Ziling, lay on the bed and pinched Lin Feng's nose with her little hand. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside. He smiled bitterly and said, It's so gloomy. Where's the sun? Still, it's time to wake up. Uncle Yin and big sister Yuji are already up. Ling giggled. This was the Scarlet Fire Nation's capital, Fire City. The Scarlet Fire Nation's capital was very famous because it was surrounded by 9 gigantic volcanoes. The temperature was high all year round. Lin Feng planned to follow Elder Yin and Yuji to the Martial Spirit Hall. He had to settle Ling down for now. Lin Feng got out of bed. Ling helped Lin Feng wash up. She was like a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. Ever since she left the Qingyang sect with Lin Feng and spent some time with Lin Feng, Ling had become much more cheerful. After breakfast, Elder Yin sent someone to inform Lin Feng that Lord Yuji wanted to go to the Scarlet Fire Nation's Imperial Palace. He asked Lin Feng if he wanted to go. Later, Lin Feng learned that Yuji's background seemed to be related to the Scarlet Fire Nation. Ling really wanted to visit a nation's imperial palace. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand and looked pitifully at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, Then let's go together? Big Brother Feng, you're the best. Ling was very excited. The Scarlet Fire Nation's ruler had personally come out to greet an important figure from the Martial Spirit Hall. Yuji nodded and walked directly into the depths of the Scarlet Fire Nation's Imperial Palace. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a deep sadness from Yuji. What's wrong, big sister Yuji? Ling also felt Yuji's emotions and couldn't help but ask. Elder Yin said, This is Lord Yuji's homeland? Homeland? Lin Feng looked at Elder Yin in confusion. Elder Yin said, 1,000 years ago, Lord Yuji was the princess of the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, Lord Yuji was born to a palace maid. Later, when the country was in danger, Lord Yuji was chosen for a political marriage. That was a piece of the past that had happened to Yuji. Even now, Yuji was unwilling to recall too much of it. When the various things of the past appeared in her heart, there was only sadness. Yuji's childhood was very unfortunate because her mother was a palace maid. When a palace maid gave birth to a daughter, she was not qualified to raise her own child. Yuji was placed under the care of an imperial concubine, but she had never received motherly love since she was young. In the past, the monarch had 64 princes and princesses. How could he remember the daughter of Yuji, a palace maid? At the age of 6, Yuji finally met her biological mother. It was only then that Yuji began to feel her mother's love. However, they met in private, which was strictly forbidden. There was no lack of fighting in the harem. At the age of 7, Yuji's biological mother secretly met with Yuji and was discovered by the imperial concubine. After that, Yuji's biological mother was dragged away. From then on, Yuji had never seen her biological mother again. Your Excellency's biological mother died very tragically. After she was beaten to death, She was thrown into the mountains behind, and her body was eaten by wolves. Elder Yin murmured. Even though Lord Yuji was young, perhaps because she had experienced too many hardships, Lord Yuji matured early. When she heard about her biological mother's death, she didn't cry. She didn't even burn a piece of paper money for her biological mother. Lin Feng sighed and said, if she was discovered, she would probably be beaten to death. The fighting in the harem has always been cruel. No one would keep a princess who was filled with hatred. Yes, when Lord Yuji was 13, she was chosen to be a political princess, but on the way, she encountered an evil spirit. The whole group was killed, and Lord Yuji almost died. Fortunately, an important person from the martial spirit palace appeared and killed the evil spirit. Lord Yuji was able to enter the martial spirit palace. Elder Yin recalled everything that had happened in the past. Asked Lin Feng, Mr. Yin, were you one of the members of the group? Elder Yin nodded and said, yes, I was the only surviving guard. I followed Lord Yuji to the martial spirit palace. In the martial spirit palace, Lord Yuji displayed unimaginable talent. She startled the 18 leaders of the martial spirit palace. Elder Yin looked proud. He seemed to be thinking about the astonishment and disbelief on the faces of the members of the martial spirit palace during Yuji's innate talent test. The 18 leaders of the martial spirit palace had rushed over to confirm it. Sister Yuji is a good person. Good people will be rewarded, said Ziling or whispered. Good people will be rewarded, said Elder Yin. Good people will be rewarded, said Elder Yin. And then? This kingdom was still destroyed? Asked Lin Feng. That happened 5 years later. The country was already rotten, and there was constant internal strife. The emperor was strangled to death by a dozen palace maids in the Supreme Harmony Palace. Many princes fought for the throne, and the country fell into chaos. 100 years later, someone managed to calm the chaos, but the country disappeared and was replaced by the Chihua country, said Elder Yin. Lin Feng was astonished. The emperor had been strangled to death by a dozen palace maids. He must have been an immoral and incapable ruler, right? When Lord Yuji heard that the emperor had died, she stayed alone for a day. I know that even though Lord Yuji hated him for being heartless, he was still her father. Blood is thicker than water. Lord Yuji secretly shed tears. That was the first time I saw her cry, said Elder Yin. That was a part of Yuji's past. She had sacrificed a lot to stay alive. Later, Yuji had cut off all ties with her country. This is the first time I've come back since I left, murmured Elder Yin. 1,000 years had passed, and many things had changed. But this palace was still the same palace from 1,000 years ago. Yuji went to a very small back garden. She stood there and gently touched the pavilion, the rockery, and everything else. She had been here for a long time. Is this the place where Lord Yuji stayed with Mother when she was young? Whispered Ziling. Lin Feng sighed. Maybe, said Lin Feng. That was the happiest year of Yuji's life. Every 5 days, she could see her mother. She could snuggle in her mother's arms like other children and act like a spoiled child. She could also be like other children and voice out the grievances in her heart. Even though 1,000 years had passed, Yuji could not forget the image of her mother that was deeply imprinted in her mind. But that was all in the past. Are you all right? Yuji murmured. She stood in the pavilion, but her tears fell uncontrollably. Her eyes blurred. She seemed to see a little girl standing not far away, letting out a crisp laughter like a silver bell. Mother, come and catch me, the little girl said with a smile. A beautiful woman chased over and hugged the little girl in her arms. Yuji never wants to leave Mother. The little girl hugged the woman tightly. Mother won't leave my Yuji either. The woman hugged the little girl as well. But the happy time was too short. When the sky darkened, they had to separate. The little girl was very reluctant and grabbed the corner of the woman's clothes tightly. Silly child. Mother will still be here waiting for you in 5 days. The woman squatted down and kissed the little girl. Okay. The little girl nodded solemnly. But Yuji knew that this was the last time she would see her mother. 5 days later, her mother did not come. Seeing the figure gradually disappear, Yuji reached out, wanting to grab the departing figure. But she did not catch anything. Everything had already passed with the wind. Only longing and grief were left. Chapter 434. The Scarlet Fire Nation was a very special nation, especially its capital. After returning from the imperial palace, Lin Feng took Ziling, to see the volcanoes. Lin Feng flew in the air. Ziling, hugged Lin Feng's neck and looked down at the volcanoes. Her face was pale with fright. Big brother Feng, Ling is scared. Ziling's voice trembled. Silly girl, Big brother Feng is here. What are you afraid of? Lin Feng pointed at the boiling lava. Look, there's a monster in the lava. Ziling looked down curiously. Sure enough, she could vaguely see a huge monster rolling about in the lava world. Giant lava beasts were creatures that lived in the lava. It was said that the giant lava beasts could control the lava and prevent active volcanoes from erupting. These 9 active volcanoes all had giant lava beasts living in them. Perhaps this was the reason why the ancient nations built their capitals here. How mysterious. They can actually live in the lava. Ziling said with amazement. Lin Feng smiled. This world is so big. There are indeed many incredible creatures. Lin Feng and Ziling soared in the sky. It was a rare moment of relaxation. Even Lin Feng hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. I'll definitely become very strong in the future. When the time comes, I'll be able to protect Big Brother Feng. Ziling yelled. This was the first time the little girl had flown above the clouds. She was very excited. Looking down, she could only see a blurry world. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and Ziling came back. Elder Yin said, Go back and pack up. We'll be leaving soon. Lin Feng nodded. Go call Li Qingxian and Qi Wei. Okay. Ziling nodded obediently and walked towards her residence in a relaxed and happy manner. Ah, who are you people? Hurry up and let me go. Big brother Feng, save me. Suddenly, Ziling's terrified voice rang out. Elder Yin and Lin Feng's expressions changed. Swish, Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast, much faster than Elder Yan's. His speed was so fast that even Elder Yin was stunned. Lin Feng took the lead and rushed out of the hall. He saw a ball of distorted black fog enveloping Ziling. Who are you? Hurry up and release Ling Er. Lin Feng furiously roared. He did not care who this person was or what their cultivation was. He just wanted to quickly save Ziling Er. Boom. However, the existence in the black mist was too terrifying. A terrifying aura spread out. Then, a strand of demonic qi turned into a demonic hand that grabbed Lin Feng's neck and lifted Lin Feng into the air. You're as weak as an ant. How dare you act arrogantly in front of me, the invincible emperor? I can crush you like an ant. An eerie voice came from the black fog. Let go of my big brother Feng. Let go of my big brother Feng. Ziling struggled violently. The mysterious person called the invincible emperor's expression darkened. You're someone my clan has chosen. How can you have feelings for her? This boy must be killed. The invincible emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. He was about to break Lin Feng's neck. Break. Elder Yin rushed out and attacked the invincible emperor. Oh, someone with a decent cultivation has come. The invincible emperor frowned slightly and raised his hand to attack Elder Yin. Bang! Elder Yin and the invincible emperor attacked each other. Elder Yan's goal was not to kill the invincible emperor, but to save Lin Feng. He quickly appeared in front of Lin Feng and destroyed the demonic hand formed by the black fog. You're lucky, boy. The invincible emperor laughed coldly, and the distorted black fog soared into the sky. Let go of Ling Er, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He wanted to chase after the invincible emperor. No, he wants to kill you. You stay here. I'll chase after him. Elder Yin rushed forwards. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Feng clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with fury. He was unwilling to give up. Strength! Strength! Shouted Lin Feng hysterically. If he had been strong enough, he would have been able to fight back. If he had been strong enough, the invincible emperor wouldn't have treated him like an ant. If he had been strong enough, he would have been able to save Ling Er. Old geezer, you're still far from being strong enough, said the invincible emperor, smiling coldly. Invincible godly punch, shouted the invincible emperor icily. He threw a punch at Elder Yin. Bzzz. A gigantic fist print condensed in the void. That fist print shattered the heavens and earth and instantly blasted towards Elder Yin. It was terrifying. Elder Yan's expression changed drastically. He used a spell to block it and condensed a ferocious beast which bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, Elder Yan's divine ability was broken. Then, the attack instantly blasted Elder Yin down. Elder Yan's body smashed into the house. The house instantly collapsed, burying Elder Yin. Swoosh! The invincible emperor grabbed Ziling air and flew away. Stay! A cold voice came from Yuji's room. A moment later, a graceful figure appeared in the sky and grabbed at the air. The invincible emperor was immediately imprisoned. Huh! There's such a strong cultivator in the savage land? How surprising! But at this moment, a deep voice came from the 9 heavens. Teacher! Shouted the invincible emperor. Lin Feng was astonished. The invincible emperor was already so strong. How strong was his teacher? He looked up into the sky and saw a figure standing proudly above the 9 heavens. Celestial dragons condensed from Dharma powers were circling around the mysterious cultivator. Who are you? An extremely grave expression appeared on Yuji's face. Demon Emperor Tian Fa, said the powerful cultivator coldly. What? Demon Emperor Tian Fa? Which world are you from? Yuji's expression changed. Since you know, you should retreat. Don't get in my way. The Demon Emperor Tian Fa looked indifferent. Why did you take Ling Air away? Asked Yuji coldly. Mysterious Yin Witch, reincarnated once every million years. The Demon Emperor Tian Fa's voice was cold. Mysterious Yin Witch. Yuji was shocked. Ling Air was the legendary Mysterious Yin Witch? Yuji was also looking for the Mysterious Yin Witch, but she didn't expect Ling Air to be the one. Then we have to keep Ling Air here. Yuji charged at the invincible emperor. Demon Chaos! Roared the Demon Emperor Tian Fa. Boundless demon light surged and engulfed Yuji. Galaxy Fist! Shouted Yuji. She punched with her right hand, and a dazzling galaxy appeared. Bang! The two sides collided, and Yuji was sent flying thousands of meters away. It's unbelievable that you've reached such a high cultivation level in this world. But that's all. Cultivate for another 10,000 years, and you might be able to challenge me. The Demon Emperor waved his hand and tore the sky apart. He grabbed the invincible emperor and Ziling Air, and they disappeared. Chapter 435. Lin Feng's body trembled violently. His fists were tightly clenched together. His eyes were filled with endless anger and unwillingness. He had never felt so powerless before. But today, he finally knew what it meant to be an ant. Emperor Booby didn't seem to be much older than him. However, all he did was conjure a strand of demonic chi, which transformed into a large hand and grabbed his neck. It was as easy as crushing an ant. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented humiliation. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He wanted to become stronger. He had never felt like this before. Lin Feng wanted to become stronger. Bang! Elder Yin rushed out of the ruins. He coughed violently and saw Lin Feng trembling with his head lowered. Elder Yin walked over and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Child, don't be discouraged. With your talent, you will catch up sooner or later. Besides, Ling might be fine. Really? Will Ling really be fine? Ling looked hopefully at Elder Yin. The experts of the martial spirit hall quickly gathered and were dispersed by Elder Yin. Yuji sighed and said, she will be fine. Even if she is under house arrest, her life won't be in danger because she is the legendary Mysterious Yin Witch. What's a Mysterious Yin Witch? Lin Feng asked. It's an unimaginably powerful physique. The Mysterious Yin Witch's physique reincarnates once every million years. Yuji said, calculating the time. The Mysterious Yin Witch should be reincarnating around this time. The divination master on Longhu Mountain speculated that the Mysterious Yin Witch's reincarnated body was in the East Prefecture. I came here to find the Mysterious Yin Witch, but I didn't expect Ling to be the mysterious Yin witch. A special physique? What kind of physique is it? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. Whether it was Yuji or the mysterious demon sovereign Tian Fa, they were all deliberately looking for the mysterious Yin witch. It must be an unimaginably terrifying physique, right? It's said that the mysterious Yin witch's body has 3 nature-defying qualities. Yuji slightly frowned, her expression filled with fear. She said, the first one is the mysterious Yin witch's martial spirit. It's said that it's an extremely tyrannical martial spirit. This martial spirit can devour other people's martial spirits to infinitely increase its own martial spirit. Unlimited improvement? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He knew how difficult it was to upgrade his martial soul, his devouring martial spirit. The second upgrade was achieved after going through untold hardships to find 3 bluestone martial talismans. The third upgrade was still far away, but the mysterious Yin witch's martial soul could be infinitely improved. This was simply inconceivable. Yuji said, the second ability, bloodline memory. At this point, a look of disbelief appeared on Yuji's face. She continued, rumor has it that the mysterious Yin Demonis bloodline contains 3,700 types of supreme divine abilities. Hiss. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He naturally knew what this meant. A top-notch divine ability could often establish a top-notch force. 3,700 types of top-notch divine abilities? If one could learn all of them, how heaven-defying would that person be? Yuji said, the third ability is the slaughtering space. Slaughtering space? What's that? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Once the mysterious Yin witch awakens, there will be 2 paths. First, if she is led to good, she might become a kind person. Second, if she is led to evil, she will revive the terrifying slaughtering space. The slaughtering space is a terrifying ability. Anyone who is enveloped in it will definitely become nourishment for the slaughtering space, providing powerful energy to the mysterious Yin witch, helping her to continuously improve her strength. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. Tian Fa, the demon sovereign, was obviously an evil expert. How could he lead Ling to good? They would definitely think of a way to turn Ling into the evil mysterious Yin witch. Who are they? Lin Feng said in a gloomy voice. If you want to know who they are, come find me when you cultivate to the creation realm. Yuji said, Yin-yang, creation, life and death, reincarnation. This was Earth Realm Level 4. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. So, he didn't even have the right to know who they were? I understand. Lin Feng muttered. I hope you can take care of Li Qingxian and Qi Wei. Of course. Elder Yin nodded. Lin Feng saluted with his fists and walked into the distance. Elder Yin wanted to call out to Lin Feng, but Yuji stopped him. Yuji sighed and said, today's impact on him was too great. Master, will he be depressed because of this? Elder Yin asked worriedly. Boom. In the distance, a terrifying battle intent surged and swept through the world. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Sensing the powerful battle intent emanating from Lin Feng, Elder Yin smiled bitterly and said, what a shocking battle intent. This guy actually got rid of his decadence so quickly and became full of fighting spirit again. That's what's truly terrifying about him. His will is simply too powerful. Elder Yin, you should know that as one cultivates to a higher realm, talent becomes secondary. The stronger one's will is, the greater one's future achievements will be. Take the 100 saints of our human race, for example. When they were young, there were a few saints who were kicked out of their sects due to their lack of talent, but later on, they became ancient saint emperors. Yes. Elder Yin nodded. I wonder how the Fire Qilin is doing? Lin Feng flew in the direction of the true martial country, frowning slightly. He followed the people of the martial spirit palace and left the Qingyang sect. The Fire Qilin followed the immeasurable Taoist to dig up the graves of the Qingyang sect's ancestors. He didn't know if he had successfully escaped, but thinking about the immeasurable Taoist and the Fire Qilin's shrewdness, it shouldn't be a problem for them to escape. Half a month later, Lin Feng returned to the Azure Dragon Institute. Master, you're finally back. Ziyuan missed you so much, Ziyuan said with a red face. Lin Feng dotingly rubbed Ziyuan's little head and said, when I wasn't here, did you stop cultivating? Not at all. Ziyuan is very diligent. Ziyuan waved her little fist and said. In the afternoon, Lin Feng gathered the upper echelons of the Dragon Institute and divided the work. At the same time, he told them that he would soon leave and join the Martial Spirit Palace. The upper echelons of the Dragon Institute were very happy because they knew how terrifying the Martial Spirit Palace was. After that, Lin Feng went to visit Wenren Kanglin and told him about this matter. Wenren Kanglin nodded and said, the Martial Spirit Palace is also a good place to go. I will inform the Institute Master about this matter. I'm sure the Institute Master will be happy for you. Lin Feng stayed in the imperial capital for 3 days and had a short reunion with Shangguan Feier. Then, he left the imperial capital and returned to his family. Chapter 436. When Lin Feng returned, the entire Lin clan was decorated with lanterns and banners. It's good that you're back. Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong, gave Lin Feng a bear hug. Third uncle. Lin Feng hugged Lin Xiong back. Go and say hello to your grandfather and second uncle, Lin Xiong said with a smile. Lin Xiong said with a smile. Looking at this nephew of his, Lin Xiong felt incomparably proud. When Lin Songqiang, the first elder, the second elder, and the others heard that Lin Feng had returned, they quickly came out. Grandfather, first uncle, second uncle. Lin Feng bowed to the elders of the Lin clan. Good boy, we're family. There's no need for such formalities. It's good that you're back. Lin Songqiang smiled kindly. Lin Feng looked around but didn't see his father, so he asked curiously, Grandfather, where's my father? Lin Songqiang said, let's go back and talk. Lin Songqiang and the other higher-ups followed Lin Feng to the main hall. Lin Songqiang sighed and said, your father has been gone for more than half a year. Before he left, he told us not to tell you because he didn't want to disturb your cultivation. This is the jade tube your father left for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Songqiang took out a jade tube and gave it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, where did father go? Lin Songqiang said, you'll know everything once you see the contents of the jade tube. Back in his room, Lin Feng took out the jade tube his father had left for him. His divine sense entered the jade tube. In an instant, the world started spinning. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he had arrived in a mysterious space. A space-time transformation array. Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected it to be a space-time transformation array of the heaven grade. Lin Feng's first thought was that this was impossible. His father's cultivation level didn't seem high. Wait, did he really know his father well? Lin Feng suddenly realized that in these 19 years, he really didn't understand his father at all. In Lin Feng's memories, his father had always been a man of few words and had always been injured. When he was young, Lin Feng had asked him about his mother, but his father didn't tell him. He just kept silent. Later on, Lin Feng knew that he was different from other children. He only had a father and no mother, but Lin Feng never complained. He worked hard to cultivate, hoping to become his father's pride. Feng, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, pulling Lin Feng back to the space-time where the jade tube was located. Lin Feng saw his father, Lin Beitian, standing not far away and looking at him with a gentle expression. Father, where did you go? Lin Feng asked. He still hadn't recovered from his shock. Lin Feng didn't know why there was a heaven-ranked space-time conversion array in the jade tube left behind by his father. Even in the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, there were very few people who could set up such a terrifying array. Why was his father able to do it? By the time you entered this distorted space-time, I had already left the Tianwu continent. Lin Baiyan's voice rang out. Left the Tianwu continent? How is that possible? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. He had once heard the Fire Qilin say that only gods could leave the Tianwu continent. The 4 heaven stages of the Earth realm, yin-yang, fortune, life and death, reincarnation. Only those who had surpassed the reincarnation realm could reach the legendary God realm. Father, the cultivation base of a god? I know there are many things you don't understand, but right now, there are some things I can't explain to you clearly. Maybe even your grandfather doesn't know. Our clan is just a branch of the clan. Back then, I went out to travel and awakened our clan's immortal blood. That's how I gradually understood the secrets of our clan. Now, you've grown up. Even though your immortal blood hasn't awakened yet, I'm sure that not long after, as your cultivation level increases, your immortal blood will awaken. Lin Beitian suddenly said, Immortal bloodline? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought back to Yu Ji's shocked expression when she talked about the mysterious Demon Lady. The mysterious Demon Lady's bloodline wasn't the strongest, but it was still unimaginably terrifying. As for the immortal bloodline, just from the name alone, it was probably even stronger than the mysterious Demon Lady's bloodline. The year I awakened my bloodline, I got to know your mother. Lin Beitian's voice turned gentle. After that, we gave birth to you. Lin Beitian looked at Lin Feng warmly. Mother, Lin Feng mumbled. This was the first time his father had talked about his mother. After that, something terrifying happened. Lin Beitian's face was filled with pain. Your mother was suppressed by the nine heavens god mourning coffin in the depths of the starry sky world. I was imprinted with a Dao injury. Your uncle and I carried you and escaped from that world. In order to protect you, your uncle died in the starry sky world. I carried you back to the Tianwu continent. Uncle. Lin Feng's tears flowed down. So, he had an uncle. And his uncle had died in order to protect him when he was still a baby. This was an uncle he had never met before. Just like that, he had died in the cold and dark starry sky. Ever since I returned, I have never told your grandfather about what I've been through all these years. Our bloodline is an abandoned bloodline. Our bloodline has long been dormant. It was only in my generation that the immortal bloodline was awakened. My physical body is immortal. Otherwise, I might have died in the starry sky as well. Lin Beitian murmured. I had thought that this would be a secret, and I would never speak of it for the rest of my life. But to think that there would be a day where I would recover. As for you, you have also inherited your mother's heaven-devouring martial spirit. If you can cultivate to the rebirth state one day, you can cross the endless ocean. Once you've done so, go and look for someone called Duguya. He was a friend of mine in the past, and he will help you continue your cultivation. Don't ask about our whereabouts. Your mother and I wish for you to live on well. Lin Beitian's figure was fading away. No, father. Don't disappear. Father, where did you go? What's the world you're talking about? Who sealed my mother? Who wants to kill you? Who killed my uncle? Where was my mother sealed by the nine heavens coffin? Father, don't disappear. I beg you, tell me how to find you, shouted Lin Feng. He had learned too much from his father's words. Back then, his father, his mother, his uncle, they must have all reached the level of gods. But they had still managed to escape from that world. His mother had been sealed by the nine heavens coffin in the depths of the starry sky. He didn't know if she was still alive. His uncle had died trying to protect him. His father. Was he going to the depths of the starry sky to find his mother? Why did he hear such endless sorrow? Did his father know that he would never come back? Son, your mother and I wish for you to live on. Live well. Don't come looking for us, murmured Lin Beitian. He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Lin Feng's hand again, but his imprint disappeared into thin air. Chapter 437. Aotian Ancient Capital was one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the Eastern County. It was the strongest and most mysterious organization in the Eastern County. Aotian Ancient Capital was different from the other ancient cities. Other ancient cities had several ancient organizations, but Aotian Ancient Capital only had one organization. The city lord, Dugu Outyin, controlled the entire Outyin ancient city. On this day, Dugu Outyin had set up an altar in the city, and there was a small golden man on it. Dugu Outyin was leading the high-ranking officials of Aotian Ancient Capital to worship the mysterious golden man. Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation appeared in the sky, and a powerful energy poured into the golden man's body. Swish, swish. The golden man opened its eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from its eyes. It emitted a dazzling light that made people's hearts palpitate. The exalted immortal is here. Many people cried out in alarm. Dugu Outyin and the high-ranking officials of Aotion ancient capital bowed to the Golden Man. Dugu Outyin and the people of Aotion ancient capital greet the exalted immortal. Then, Dugu Outyin and the others knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. The Golden Man said coldly, "No need for formalities." "Yes, sir," Dugu Outyin replied, but he didn't get up. He was still kneeling on the ground. The Golden Man said, "Dugu Outyin, receive the immortal's decree." When Dugu Outyin heard the Golden Man, he quickly knelt down and stuck his butt out. He looked extremely pious. A beam of immortal light surged out, and a scroll emerged from the immortal light. Dugu Aotion, go to the godly prefecture of the Eastern County, in the Zhenwu country, and find a cultivator whose name is Lin. His name is Lin Baitian, and he must capture him. As for the Lin clan, they're an abandoned clan. They should have disappeared a long time ago. Kill all of them. Don't leave a single one alive. "Yes, your majesty," shouted Dugu Outyin, taking the scroll with both hands. Swoosh! The Golden Man's immortal light shot up into the sky and disappeared. The terrifying chi that had filled the courtyard also disappeared. "My lord, who was that person just now?" asked one of the high-ranking officials. "Sure, we can't talk about him. Just do your job properly. Go and investigate the Lin clan, Lin Baitian." Dugu Outyin said in a deep voice. "Sir, there's no need to investigate. I know about the Lin clan," said one of the higher-ups of the proud heaven ancient capital. "Oh, you know?" Dugu Outyin asked in surprise. "A few years ago, there was a small clan in the Zhenwu country that contributed a small spiritual vein to Sun Moon City. That clan was the Lin clan. The Lin clan of the Zhenwu country that the mysterious man mentioned was most likely the Lin clan." That person from Outyin ancient capital said, "Excellent. Gather the conquering Heaven Legion. This time, I will personally lead the troops to wipe out the Lin clan." Dugu Outyin instructed. "Yes, City Lord." Crack! The jade tube shattered. All the seals related to Lin Baitian were destroyed along with the jade tube. There was no evidence left in the world. "Father." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with pain. He could sense his father's determination to die. 19 years had passed since his mother had been sealed in the starry sky world by the 9 heavens coffin. Was his mother still alive? Lin Feng had so many questions in his heart. He knew that his enemies were extremely strong and unimaginably strong. That was why his father didn't want him to go and find them. But as a son, how could he know that his mother had been sealed in the starry sky world and not go and save her? As a son, how could he know that his father would be in danger and that he would have to drag out an ignoble existence? "I need to become stronger. I need to cross the ocean and find my father's friends." Lin Feng's face was contorted in anger. There had never been a moment when he was as weak as he was now. He knelt on the ground, trembling violently. Lin Kuan, Lin Yu, and the others who had been cultivating in Jialan University heard that Lin Feng had come back, so they hurried back. When they went back to the clan, Lin Feng took out all the Dharma clothes and weapons he had collected and gave them to everyone. There were a total of 42 treasure-level magic treasures, and there were more than 200 spirit-level magic treasures. Lin Dong was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Feng, you're amazing. You've collected so many weapons. Is this a treasured weapon?" Even Jialan University only has 3 treasured weapons. Our Lin family has 42 treasured weapons. Lin Feng said, "You can't use these weapons for the time being. I'll let my grandfather distribute them. You can each choose 2 spiritual-level weapons. You can choose an offensive weapon and a robe." The Lin family members were delighted. With these treasures, the Lin family's power would increase by leaps and bounds. Lindong said, "Brother Feng, let me choose a treasure. I'm the weakest, so I should choose a powerful treasure to protect myself." Lindong's eyes were shining. This guy didn't want to choose a treasure to protect himself. He probably wanted to choose a treasure to show off. "If you continue to be so picky, we won't even give you a spiritual-level weapon." Lin Xiong glared at Lindong. Lindong had always been afraid of his father. He couldn't help but shrink back in fear. Lin Feng said, "I still have a treasured soft armor here. You can have it." When Lin Feng finished talking, he took out a celestial soft armor. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to wear it himself, but since Lin Dong wanted a precious weapon, he couldn't use an offensive precious weapon. However, if he wore a defensive precious weapon, even if he couldn't use it, it would still be extremely powerful. Brother Feng, I love you to death. Lin Dong was about to give Lin Feng a bear hug and a passionate kiss. Lin Feng quickly dodged and smiled. Hurry up and try it on. Lin Dong grinned. He hurriedly took off his clothes and tried to see if this treasure-soft armor fit him. Lin Feng stayed in the Lin family for 3 days. He planned to leave for the Martial Spirit Palace the next day. That night, the whole family had a joyous meal together. Dozens of miles away, 300 to 400 ferocious beasts, shrouded in black flames, were charging towards the Green Cloud City. Dugu Outyin sat cross-legged on a black flame beast king and asked in a low voice, "How far is Qingyun City?" A commander of the Sky Conquering Legion replied, "Sir, there are still 50 li left." "Okay." Dugu Outyin nodded. Dugu Outyin nodded. The cold wind caused his robe to flutter. Dugu Outyin looked in the direction of Green Cloud City and revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 438. Roar. Bestial roars broke the silence of the city. Heavens, look! What's that? Black flame beasts. Those are black flame beasts. They're ferocious beasts equivalent to generals. There are more than 800 of them. Look, there are people sitting on those black flame beasts. Is that an army of black flame beasts? Who the hell is this person? They're heading towards the Lin clan. Qingyun City was in an uproar. The city wasn't very big, so the appearance of an army of black flame beasts was earth-shattering news. Countless people rushed to the streets. Clean up these despicable people. Dugu Outyin glanced at the cultivators below. Yes, sir. Immediately, a dozen or so black flame beast cavalrymen broke away from the group. Those black flame beast cavalrymen brandished their spears and swept out. Swish, 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 swish. Hurry up and run. Many people shouted in fear and tried to run away, but they couldn't escape from the Grim Reaper's sword. The streets were filled with corpses. The originally bustling street instantly became deathly silent. Many people had been alerted by the huge commotion. Many people were hiding in their houses, shivering. However, the black flame beasts didn't kill the people who were hiding in their houses. "Oomph, you're just a bunch of ants. How dare you come and watch? You're really reckless," said the captain of the Conquering Sky Legion, smiling evilly. He quickly led a dozen black flame beasts back to the group. "In the Lin clan, what's going on?" asked Lin Songqiu. At that moment, all the members of the Lin clan were gathered together. They hadn't left yet. Naturally, everyone also heard the mournful screams outside. "Master, it's bad. There are many black flame beasts outside. They're killing everyone they see. They're rushing towards the Lin clan." A guard of the Lin family hurriedly ran into the hall and said with a pale face, "What? Are they coming for the Lin clan?" Everyone from the Lin family had a drastic change in expression. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. Could it be that he had provoked an enemy? But that shouldn't be the case. Even his enemies didn't know his identity. Furthermore, even if he knew of Lin Fan's identity, he would never send such a large force like the Black Flame Beast Army to deal with the Lin family. Something unknown must have happened. Could it be? Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of astonishment. He recalled some of his father's words in the Jade Tube. Their clan was a branch of a mysterious and powerful clan. However, their clan had been abandoned until their father revived their undying bloodline. Could it have something to do with this? When Lin Feng thought of this, he felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. "Grandpa, I'm afraid that something big is about to happen. Quickly tell the old, weak, women, and children to hide," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Lin Songqiu's face changed when he heard this. He anxiously shouted, "Third brother, bring the old, weak, women, and children to hide in a secret room. The rest of you, come with me to see what's going on." "Ha ha ha ha. Hide? Where are we going to hide? It's too late to hide now." However, at that moment, a cold laugh was heard. Many people from the Lin clan vomited blood because of the laughter. Terrifying. The person who laughed was too terrifying. Rumble. Hundreds of black flame beasts rushed to the front of the Lin family mansion. The people from the Lin clan walked out of the hall and looked up at the black flame beast cavalry in the sky. Their faces turned extremely pale. These people were too terrifying. They could easily wipe out the Lin family without breaking a sweat. May I ask where you are from? Why have you come to the Lin clan? Lin Sangqiong asked. Where is Lin Beitian? Where is he? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Dugu Outyan's cold gaze swept across the area. Lin Sangqiong said, Beitian is outside. He's not in the clan. He's not in the clan? Where did he go? Dugu Outyan's face immediately darkened. He remembered that the immortal had ordered him to capture Lin Beitian. If he couldn't find Lin Beitian, how could he explain himself? Lin Sangqiong said, We don't know where he went either. Maybe you can wait for a while. Maybe Beitian will come back then? Wait for a while? A hideous smile appeared on Dugu Outyan's face. I don't have that much time to wait. Attack. Kill all the people from the Lin clan. Yes, sir. The Black Flame Beast cavalry rode their Black Flame Beasts towards the Lin clan. Kill them, Lin Xiong shouted. Swish, 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 on the Lin clan side. Everyone who had a magical weapon took it out and attacked the Black Flame Beast cavalry. The Black Flame Beast cavalry roared and rushed over, their bodies filled with killing intent. Boom! The two sides immediately started fighting. Even though the Lin clan also had magical weapons, their cultivation levels were no match for the Black Flame Beast cavalry. Slash, slash. The sound of bodies being torn apart spread through the air, followed by blood-curdling screams. The Lin clan's members all fell into pools of blood. 5th Grandpa, 8th Grandpa, 13th Uncle. Looking at his family members who had died tragically, Lin Feng's eyes turned red. I'll kill you all, shouted Lin Feng. His 5 devouring martial spirits revolved. He condensed a magnetic field, held the Black Dragon Sword, and attacked a Black Flame Beast cavalry. The Black Flame Beast cavalry were all martial kings, but Lin Feng was using his full strength, so they couldn't stop him. Slash. Lin Feng rushed over and killed a Black Flame Beast cavalry with a single slash of his sword. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His face was distorted. His heart was filled with an endless amount of deadly energy. Slash, slash, slash. Lin Feng killed more than 10 Black Flame Beast cavalry. How could such a small clan have such a strong young man? It seems like what the immortal said is true. This clan is not simple. That young man must die, otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Seeing Lin Feng kill more than 10 strong cultivators, Dugu Outyan's face suddenly sank. He waved his spear and attacked Lin Feng. Boom! A terrifying attack engulfed Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was shocked to find that he couldn't move. He could only watch as the attack flew towards him. Am I going to die? I hate myself. I don't have the ability to save my family. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Feng shouted Lin Xiong. He quickly rushed over and pushed Lin Feng away. Bang! Lin Xiong's 3rd uncle received Dugu Outyan's attack and his body exploded. He died on the spot. Slash. Lin Feng was also swept away by the shockwave and coughed up blood. 3rd uncle, shouted Lin Feng as his body fell to the ground. Lin Feng wanted to control his body, but he found that he couldn't move at all. Why is this happening? Lin Feng didn't understand why such a disaster would befall them. He didn't even know who the people who wanted to exterminate the Lin family were. Die, young man! Dugu Outyan sneered and waved his spear. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but at that moment, a figure appeared from the darkness and grabbed Lin Feng. Dragon countersteps. That person shouted and took 9 steps in the air. Bang! His body exploded and turned into a blood-red light. He grabbed Lin Feng and shot off into the distance. They disappeared into the darkness without a trace. Damn it! He was saved. Kill the Lin clansmen. Don't let any of them go. Dugu Outyan's face was extremely gloomy. Yes, sir, shouted the Black Flame Beast Rider. Just as they were about to start a massacre, suddenly, a loud rumble sounded. A loud rumbling sound was heard as a huge hand that blotted out the sun descended from the sky and enveloped the area. Oh my God! a gigantic hand. The black flame beast rider cried out in fear. The members of the Lin clan also looked at the gigantic palm in the sky in shock. Dugu Outyin was astonished when he sensed the terrifying chi of the gigantic hand. He shouted, "Retreat!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black flame beast rider quickly retreated. The gigantic hand that blotted out the sky grabbed all the clansmen of the Lin family and quickly charged into the clouds, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 439. Don't! Lin Feng screamed in fear, his body trembling violently. His eyes were closed, but his face was filled with fear. He dreamed of his family members' tragic deaths. He dreamed of his third uncle being killed by that mysterious expert in order to save him. Young master, young master. Ziyuan looked at Lin Feng with a pained expression. She pulled Lin Feng into her embrace, and Lin Feng hugged Ziyuan tightly as if she was his only support. "How is Lin Feng?" Long Shiyu asked. "Young master will be fine, but young master Long, your complexion is not good, you should rest." Ziyuan looked at Long Shiyu worriedly. The person who saved Lin Feng was none other than Long Shiyu. After learning that Lin Feng was leaving, Long Shiyu, who was full of secrets, also left the Azure Dragon Institute to bid farewell to Lin Feng. Initially, Lin Feng planned to leave Ziyuan in the Azure Dragon Institute to continue cultivating. But when Ziyuan learned that Long Shiyu was coming to bid farewell to Lin Feng, she begged Long Shiyu to bring her along because she didn't want to be separated from Lin Feng. In Ziyuan's opinion, when they arrived at the Lin family, the young master wouldn't let her stay in the Azure Dragon Institute, right? By the time Long Shiyu and Ziyuan arrived at the Lin family's residence, the Lin family was already in a terrible state. The secret technique Long Shiyu used was very harmful to his body, thus his face was extremely pale. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry." Long Shiyu leaned against the cave wall to rest. 2 hours later. I'll kill you all to avenge my family." Lin Feng abruptly sat up, his face filled with fear and hatred. "Young master, you're finally awake." Ziyuan started sobbing. Looking at her young master's pained expression in his sleep, she had lost count of how many times she had cried. "Ziyuan, why are you here? Am I not dead yet?" Lin Feng asked in disbelief. He saw his third uncle die trying to save him. Then, he was sent flying by the shockwaves and fainted. It was young Master Long who saved young master. Ziyuan hurriedly said. "Lin Feng." Long Shiyu walked over. "Shiyu, why are you here?" Lin Feng looked at Long Shiyu in surprise. "I wanted to say goodbye to you, Lin Feng, but I didn't think that the Lin clan would suffer such a tragedy," Long Shiyu said in a low voice. "Shiyu, thank you for saving me," Lin Feng said. "Lin Feng, we've been through a lot together. We're as close as brothers. There's no need to thank me," Long Shiyu said. Lin Feng and Long Shiyu gave each other a bear hug. "Where are my clansmen?" Lin Feng said, his voice filled with pain. In his mind, the tragic scene of his clansmen falling into pools of blood once again appeared. Lin Feng felt like he was watching his loved ones die, and he couldn't do anything to save them. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Lin Feng, don't worry. I saw a gigantic hand in the sky. It grabbed the members of the Lin clan and took them away," Long Shiyu said. "Really?" Lin Feng grabbed Long Shiyu's arm. "It's true. I saw it too." Ziyuan hurriedly nodded. "How wonderful! How wonderful! The Lin clan hasn't been exterminated," shouted Lin Feng, sounding like his heart was being torn apart. But many of the Lin clan's clansmen had died. His third uncle's laughter was still lingering in his ears, but from now on, he would never be able to see his third uncle again. Tears fell from Lin Feng's eyes. "Don't cry, Prince." Ziyuan helped Lin Feng wipe his tears. She was crying too. She knew that Lin Feng was heartbroken. She was just as heartbroken as he was. Ziyuan felt like her heart was about to break when she saw her prince's heartbreak. Long Shiyu said, "Lin Feng, this isn't as simple as it seems. If I'm not mistaken, those people are from Aotian Ancient City." Aotian Ancient City is the #1 ancient city in the eastern region of the Godly Lands. They're much stronger than Sun Moon City, Sky Saint City, and other ancient organizations. Aotion Ancient City? Lin Feng looked grim. Indeed, the leader of the group is Aotion Ancient City's governor, Dugu Aotion, said Long Shiyu. Dugu Aotion. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and remembered that name. He wanted to imprint that name into his soul. Lin Feng, Aotion Ancient City is the strongest of the 10 great ancient cities. They're extremely powerful, and they're looking for you. Nobody in the Eastern Godly Prefecture can compete with them. Even if you hide in the Martial Spirit Palace, you won't be able to hide from them. You can't stay in the Eastern Godly Prefecture any longer. You have to leave, said Long Shiyu, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Where there's life, there's hope. When my cultivation level increases in the future, it won't be too late to return to the Eastern Divine Land and avenge my dead clansmen. The world is so big. Where can I go? Whispered Lin Feng. Cross the magnetic fog lake and go to the desolate region. It's a very chaotic place, and Aotion Ancient City can't get involved in the affairs of the desolate region. There are a few ancient sects in the desolate region, and you can join them. I'm sure that with your talent, you'll become a peerless cultivator in the future. When you reach the Eastern County, the godly lands will be destroyed. Lin Feng nodded. Wasteland. All right, I'll go to Wasteland, said Lin Feng, his eyes filled with determination. He knew he had to survive. He had so many things to do. He had to find his father. His mother was still in the starry sky world. He had to save her. His clan members had died tragically. He had to avenge them. He had to find out where his clan members were. He had to survive. Ziyuan, it's too dangerous to stay with me. You. Lin Feng looked at Ziyuan, but before he could finish, Ziyuan shook her head and said, No, I want to stay with you. No matter where you go, I want to stay with you. If you don't want me, I'd rather die. Lin Feng looked at Ziyuan's stubborn little face and felt sad. All right, let's go through the magnetic fog lake to Wasteland, said Lin Feng. All right, Ziyuan nodded. Then, Lin Feng looked at Long Shiyu. He said, Shiyu, tell Feier that I'm fine. I'll go back to her. Don't worry, Lin Feng, said Long Shiyu. Under the night sky, Lin Feng and Long Shiyu hugged each other. Lin Feng took Ziyuan to the magnetic fog lake. Long Shiyu, on the other hand, was heading towards the imperial capital. Swoosh! Several figures appeared in the darkness. Young master. These mysterious figures in the darkness bowed respectfully to Long Shiyu. One of them said, Young master, you should go back. Otherwise, master will be worried. Give me half a month, said Long Shiyu. All right. Another black-clothed man said, Is there anyone here that young master is concerned about? Was it that person? If master finds out, he'll definitely die. Long Shiyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If anyone dares to tell anyone about Lin Feng, I'll make sure they die. Yes, we'll keep it a secret. The powerful men in black quickly lowered their heads. Soon, Long Shiyu and the others left as well. The forest became quiet again. Bestial roars could be heard, echoing in the mountains for a long time. Chapter 440. The magnetic fog lake was located between the East Province and the desolate region. It was extremely dangerous, but there were also many natural treasures. Many cultivators would enter the magnetic fog lake in search of natural treasures. However, passing through the magnetic fog lake was not an easy task. There were many powerful fierce beasts residing in the magnetic fog lake. Therefore, many people would enter the magnetic fog lake in groups. The fewer people there were, the more likely they would be attacked by the fierce beasts. This was because many of the fierce beasts in the magnetic fog lake had gained intelligence and liked to attack groups of cultivators with fewer people. Lin Feng and Ziyuan arrived at the town closest to the magnetic fog lake. This place was more than 50 kilometers away from the lake. Because the fierce beasts in the magnetic fog lake would occasionally rush to the shore to attack cultivators, there were no towns around the lake. Most of the cultivators resting in the town were people who wanted to explore the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng and Ziyuan were eating in a restaurant when Ziyuan said, Young master, the magnetic fog lake seems to be very dangerous. Look, many people are gathering cultivators to enter the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng nodded and said, There are many fierce beasts in the magnetic fog lake, and it's extremely dangerous. Moreover, it's said that above the magnetic fog lake is a no-fly zone. There are powerful restrictions that restrict the void above, making it difficult to fly. If cultivators can't fly, it's even more dangerous. Therefore, many cultivators are gathering together to explore the magnetic fog lake. Little brother, are you also going to enter the magnetic fog lake? At this moment, among the guests at the next table, a middle-aged cultivator cupped his fists with a smile and asked aloud. Lin Feng calmly nodded and said, "Yes, my cousin and I are also planning to enter the magnetic fog lake. However, we're not going to explore the magnetic fog lake. Instead, we're going to cross the magnetic fog lake and head to the desolate region." Cross the magnetic fog lake? What a coincidence! We're also planning to cross the magnetic fog lake. Brother, do you want to come with us? The middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. Lin Feng slightly raised his brows and glanced at the group. There were a total of 5 people, 2 middle-aged cultivators, 1 middle-aged woman, 1 old woman, 1 withered old man, and 1 gloomy young cultivator. He was also trying to guess the identities of these people. The middle-aged cultivator candidly said, "Don't worry, little brother. We are just a temporary team. We can take care of each other on the way, and it will be safer." Moreover, crossing the magnetic fog lake is very difficult. Only experienced people can take everyone through the lake. It just so happens that the fellow Taoist who formed this team has gone through the lake several times and is very experienced. If we follow that fellow Taoist, we will definitely be able to successfully cross the lake. Lin Feng asked, "Is the fellow Taoist you mentioned here? That cultivator went out to do some things. We'll wait for him here. I heard that he came from Mount Longhu." The middle-aged cultivator said, "Mount Longhu? Taoist priest?" Lin Feng was surprised. Taoism was very mysterious, and Mount Longhu was one of the foundations of Taoism. Wuliang Taoist was the first Taoist that Lin Feng had come into contact with. Although he was usually a little unreliable, Wuliang Taoist was actually very capable. "That's right, he's a Taoist priest," the middle-aged cultivator said. "All right, since that's the case, us cousins will travel together with everyone." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Little brother's strength is extraordinary. With little brother joining us, our team will be even stronger. I'm called Sun Buping, and this brother is called Lei Ming. The cultivator pointed at a tall and sturdy cultivator and began to introduce them. After a series of introductions, Lin Feng knew that the tall and sturdy middle-aged cultivator was called Lei Ming, the middle-aged woman was called Han Yin, the old woman was called Granny Tianji, the skinny old man was called Zhao Zhongluan, and the young cultivator was called Fanling Feng. Lin Feng introduced Zi Yuan and himself. He didn't say that Zi Yuan was his servant. He said that she was his cousin. Zi Yuan and Lin Feng were practicing cultivation in the Qingyang sect in the godly lands of the East Province. Now, they were going back to see their relatives. Therefore, they had to cross the magnetic fog lake. Not long after, the Taoist priest that Sun Buping mentioned returned. This Taoist priest was skinny and had a gloomy gaze. His body emitted a gloomy and cold aura. He wore a Taoist robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. Sun Buping had introduced this Taoist priest to Lin Feng before, and Lin Feng knew that this Taoist priest was called Taoist priest Xiancheng. Taoist priest Xiancheng, this is brother Lin Feng, and this is brother Lin's cousin, Zi Yuan. Brother Lin's strength is extraordinary. Do you think he can join our team and cross the magnetic fog lake together? Taoist priest Xiancheng glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. Since brother Sun recommended him, then he can join. However, he has to pay 200 spirit stones as a guide fee. Lin Feng nodded, took out 200 spirit stones, and gave them to Taoist priest Xiancheng. Taoist priest Xiancheng weighed the spirit stones in his hand, put them away, and said, "All right, everyone, go back to the inn and rest for an hour. Then, we'll take a griffin to the magnetic fog lake. When we arrive, we'll take a boat and cross the magnetic fog lake." Everyone left the restaurant. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan followed the group to the inn where they had been resting. "Prince, that person gave Zi Yuan a very uncomfortable feeling," Zi Yuan whispered while they were resting in the room. Lin Feng nodded. He had the same feeling, but as long as that person could take him and Zi Yuan across the magnetic fog lake, it was enough. Lin Feng said, "Don't call me Prince for now. Call me cousin. Don't expose yourself. All right. Ziyuan stuck out her tongue. After resting for an hour, Sun Buping told everyone to set off. The group rode a griffin to the magnetic fog lake. They weren't very far from the magnetic fog lake, only about 100 miles away. After riding a griffin for an hour, they could see the magnetic fog lake. Everyone, we've arrived at the magnetic fog lake. The griffin stopped outside the magnetic fog lake. The owner of the griffin turned his head and said with a smile, "Let's go down." Taoist priest Xiancheng said and jumped down first. Then, the others jumped down one after another. The griffin soared into the sky and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and the others walked towards the magnetic fog lake. In the distance, a group of cultivators entered the magnetic fog lake on a boat. There were more than 10 cultivators, and there was no lack of experts among them. However, the boat traveled for about 100 meters when suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the magnetic fog lake and sucked the boat in. What's going on? Many people cried out in alarm. In the next moment, a huge creature rushed out of the whirlpool, opened its mouth, and tried to swallow the boat. Heavens, what's that? Everyone's faces were pale as they looked at the terrifying creature. Chapter 441. Only its head and a part of its body had emerged from the water, but it was already 1,000 meters long. It was so huge that it looked like a ferocious beast from ancient times. Now, this terrifying existence opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the small boat in one gulp. It's a black water serpent. It's the overlord of the magnetic fog lake. Damn it! Why are we so unlucky? We've just entered the magnetic fog lake, and we've already met a black water serpent, shouted a group of cultivators in panic. Some of them abandoned the boat and tried to fly to the shore, but flying was forbidden in the magnetic fog lake, so they fell into the water. They swam to the shore as fast as they could, but it was useless. The black water serpent opened its mouth wide and swallowed all the cultivators and the boat whole. Dead. They're all dead, shouted Fanling Feng. His face was pale. It's a black water serpent. Let's retreat, said Xiancheng. They quickly retreated into the forest. The others didn't dare hesitate and also retreated into the forest. The black water serpent was the overlord of the magnetic fog lake. Even yin-yang cultivators couldn't defeat it. They had to run for their lives. Luckily, the black water serpent didn't leave the magnetic fog lake easily. After swallowing a dozen cultivators, the black water serpent disappeared into the lake. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others took a deep breath. Said Fanling Feng worriedly, "Master, the magnetic fog lake is too dangerous. Something as terrifying as a blackwater serpent has already appeared in the outer region of the lake. How can we possibly cross the lake? Will we die in there too?" Said Priest Xiancheng. The black water serpent is one of the rulers of the magnetic fog lake. Normally, it doesn't show up in the outer area of the lake. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it came here today. Don't worry, the black water serpent will leave soon because it doesn't want to be hunted by strong cultivators of the human race. It will only feel safe when it's in its own nest. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Wait here, said Xiancheng. With that, Xiancheng entered the forest. Not long after, Xiancheng came back with a ferocious beast. He dragged the beast's corpse to the lakeside and threw it into the lake. A fish with sharp spikes appeared and swallowed the beast's corpse. It was a piranha that lived in the magnetic fog lake. The black water serpent has left, said Xiancheng, waving his right hand. There was a flash of light and a boat landed in the lake. It was about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. It was made of some unknown type of catalpa wood, and it was covered in inscriptions. Said Xiancheng. My boat has an exorcism spell. Ordinary ferocious beasts and ferocious beasts won't dare approach it. However, once we enter the magnetic fog lake, don't try to leave the boat because it's forbidden to fly. If you leave the boat, you'll fall into the magnetic fog lake. There are countless ferocious beasts in the magnetic fog lake. Think about whether you can survive the attacks of those ferocious beasts. Everybody was astonished. Some people even wanted to leave. At that moment, Sun Buping smiled and said, Master Xiancheng, You've come to the magnetic fog lake 7 or 8 times, and you haven't encountered any danger. You must have a secret way to get there, right? Xianqing nodded and said, "You can say that." Everybody's eyes lit up. Lei Ming said, "Then we'll count on you. I've taken your money, so I'll protect you. Get on the boat," said Xianqing. Everybody thanked him and got on the boat. As for the small boat, it wobbled towards the magnetic fog lake. "Cousin, look behind us," Ziyuan said. Her face was pale as she pointed behind the boat. Behind the boat, there was a dense group of piranhas. Those piranhas were half a meter long and had sharp fangs that could pierce through a person's skin in an instant. If a yin-yang realm expert fell into the magnetic fog lake and was surrounded by piranhas, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Xianqing said, "Those piranhas are very scary, but don't worry, they won't dare to approach the boat." The boat gradually went deeper into the magnetic fog lake. As they went deeper, the fog became thicker. 5 days later, the boat was attacked by a dozen or so ferocious beasts. They had the bodies of fish and the heads of tigers, and they were called Huyu. They were extremely ferocious, and they attacked the boat ferociously. Lin Feng and the others worked together to kill the Huyu. Xianqing quickly activated the formation on the boat, and the boat's speed increased a lot. They quickly left the area, and the corpses of the Huyu were quickly devoured by the other Huyu. But what happened next made Lin Feng and the others' expressions become unsightly. They were attacked by a dozen or so different types of ferocious beasts, and the frequency of the attacks was increasing. Obviously, this was different from what Sun Buping had said. Xianqing hadn't led them to avoid the ferocious beasts in the magnetic fog lake. Instead, it seemed like he had led them to an even more dangerous place. Lin Feng said, "Master, why do I feel like we've come to a nest of ferocious beasts?" Lei Ming and the others' expressions changed when they heard Lin Feng. Fan Lingfeng asked loudly, "Master Xianqing, what's going on? When we came, you said that you could avoid the ferocious beasts in the magnetic fog lake. But now, we're being attacked more and more frequently, and the ferocious beasts attacking us are getting stronger and stronger. Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" The others' expressions were unsightly, and they looked gloomily at Xianqing and Sun Buping. They felt that the two of them had tricked them, but they didn't know what their goal was. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng and the others were attacked again. This time, it wasn't a ferocious beast that attacked them, but a 10-meter-long boat. There were more than 20 cultivators on the boat. The leading cultivator was dressed in a green robe. He looked middle-aged and had a scholarly aura, like a well-read scholar. However, his voice was gloomy. "Isn't this Taoist Master Xianqing? What's wrong? Are you looking for the golden flame fruit again? But this time, your luck is pretty bad. You met me. Kill all these people for me. Life-stealing scholar, don't go too far." Master Xianqing shouted coldly. 30 years ago, when you ambushed me, why didn't you say that?" The middle-aged cultivator called life-stealing scholar sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, the cultivators around him took out bows and arrows and shot at Lin Feng and the others. A dense number of arrows pierced through the void and shot at them. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. These arrows weren't ordinary arrows. They were magical arrows that had been reinforced with formations. They were much stronger than many magical treasures. If they were hit by these arrows, they would die without a doubt. Chapter 442. A battle between cultivators was a battle of life and death. The weaker party would die without a grave. "Hide behind me," said Lin Feng, pulling Ziyuan behind him. He took out his black dragon sword and swung it at the arrows. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Feng cut down the arrow that was flying towards him. The rest of the people hurriedly drew their weapons to block the incoming arrows. Pooh! Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. A blood-curdling scream was heard. Fan Lingfeng had been shot in the left side of his chest. The arrow pierced through his body in an instant. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot, aiming for Fan Lingfeng's head. Lin Feng's facial expression slightly changed. He hastily raised his sword and cut the arrow which was flying towards Fan Lingfeng's head. Seal! Activate, shouted Taoist Xiancheng. He activated the protective array on the boat. Buzz. A violent fluctuation swept out, and an energy light screen appeared, wrapping the entire boat inside. At this moment, the life-stealing scholar's subordinates once again shot out a barrage of arrows. However, all of them were blocked by Xiancheng's restriction. Whoosh! The small boat quickly rushed into the fog and disappeared without a trace. Chase! The life-stealing scholar waved his hand and chased after the boat that Lin Feng and the others were on. However, the fog covered the magnetic fog lake, and visibility was very low. He couldn't find Lin Feng and the others. I don't want to die. Save me. Fan Lingfeng looked at everyone pleadingly. Cousin, he's so pitiful. Save him, said Zi Yuanyuan softly. She was very kind. Lin Feng nodded and squatted down. He looked at the arrow that had pierced through Fan Lingfeng's chest, and his expression became serious. He had to pull the arrow out first to stop the bleeding and heal the wound. If he stopped the bleeding and healed the wound first, he would start bleeding again when he pulled the arrow out. Granny Fecta glanced at the injured Fan Lingfeng and said, "The arrow shattered his heart. He can't be saved." As soon as Granny Tianji's voice fell, Fan Lingfeng's body twitched violently a few times before he completely lost all signs of life. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked coldly at Xiancheng and said in a deep voice, "Taoist, shouldn't you give us a reasonable explanation?" Lei Ming's face darkened as well. "You lied to us by saying that you would bring us across the lake. You were actually bringing us to search for that golden fire fruit. You wanted us to be your cannon fodder, right?" The middle-aged female cultivator, Han Yin, who had been silent, looked at Sun Booping with a gloomy gaze. She said coldly, "Sun Booping, we have known each other for 10 years. I didn't expect you to be so cruel and unscrupulous. You even deceived an acquaintance." Sun Booping suddenly said in a deep voice, "Han Yin, you can't talk nonsense. When did I deceive you?" Indeed, Taoist Xiancheng wanted to bring everyone across the magnetic fog lake. However, before that, we had to search for the golden fire fruit. Everyone's expressions turned even uglier. Sun Booping was simply shameless. He actually had the nerve to use such a clumsy excuse to fool everyone. The skinny old man, Zhao Zhongluan, said gloomily, "If anyone has an opinion about this matter, you can jump off the boat now. No one is stopping you." Lin Feng and the others chose to remain silent after hearing Zhao Zhongluan's words. It seemed that Zhao Zhongluan was also in cahoots with Taoist Xiancheng and Sun Booping. Lin Feng, Lei Ming, and Han Yin secretly exchanged glances. Lei Ming's eyes flashed coldly, as if he wanted to take a gamble. From Lei Ming's point of view, Taoist Xiancheng, Sun Booping, and Zhao Zhongluan had 3 people, while they had 4 people including Granny Tianji. It was still uncertain who would win and who would lose in this battle. Han Yin was a little hesitant, while Lin Feng shook his head. If he was the only one here, he might be like Lei Ming, planning to fight to the death with Taoist Xiancheng and the other 2 to seize control of the boat. However, Lin Feng still had Zi Yuan by his side. Zi Yuan had almost no cultivation. Once they fought, the other party only needed 1 palm to take Zi Yuan's life. Lin Feng would definitely not fight to the death with Taoist Xiancheng and the others. He shook his head slightly. Lei Ming was secretly anxious. In the end, he could only sigh. Taoist Xiancheng said gloomily, "Some people seem to have some other thoughts, but this poor Taoist advises this benefactor, it's best not to have any other thoughts, because if you dare to have any other thoughts, only death awaits." As his voice fell, Taoist Xiancheng's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Martial King 10th Heavenly Layer. Lei Ming's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Lin Feng's expression also became very solemn. This Taoist Xiancheng's cultivation was too terrifying. It was not something they could contend against because Lei Ming's cultivation was about the 5th heavenly layer of the Martial King realm, and Han Yin was also about the same realm. Granny Tianji closed her eyes and did not communicate with anyone, as if she had no intention of dealing with Taoist Xiancheng. What's more, the other party was not just Taoist Xiancheng, but also Sun Booping and Zhao Zhongluan. Therefore, if this battle really started, Lin Feng and the others would undoubtedly die. At this time, Sun Booping said with a smile, "Everyone, there is no need to be so hostile. The golden flame fruit is a legendary spirit fruit. This spirit fruit can greatly increase the probability of a cultivator entering the yin-yang realm. If we obtain the golden flame fruit, everyone will have a share. This is also a win-win situation. The golden flame fruit was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. Countless people would go crazy for it, but it had always been a legendary treasure. Besides, Taoist Xiancheng had obviously failed to find it many times. Now, he was looking for the golden flame fruit again. Lin Feng and the others naturally didn't think that Taoist Xiancheng and the others would succeed. Besides, if they encountered danger, Taoist Xiancheng would definitely use them as a shield. However, the current situation forced Lin Feng and the others to endure for the time being. Alright, let's go look for the golden flame fruit together, but you better keep your promise. After you find the golden flame fruit, we will also have a share of it. Also, you must safely send us to the other side of the magnetic fog lake, otherwise, the fish will die and the net will be broken, said Lei Ming while grinding his teeth. Of course, we've always kept our promises, said Lin Feng. Taoist Xiancheng nodded. The boat continued moving deeper into the lake, but after a short time, they sensed a terrifying and ice-cold qi enveloping them. This aura made everyone's hair stand on end. Not good. Something terrifying must be watching us, said Lin Feng in a deep voice. Look, what's that? Han Yin suddenly pointed in the distance. In the thick fog, there were two bright moons in the sky. The terrifying qi was coming from there. When they looked carefully, they were extremely shocked. Those weren't moons, they were the eyes of a ferocious beast. Chapter 443. Blackwater Mystical Snake. It's that Blackwater Mystical Snake. Sun Booping screamed in horror. That was because that terrifying existence was quickly approaching them. Looking from afar, they could see that frighteningly huge head. Only a small part of it was above the water, but it was already 1,000 meters high. Two pairs of cold eyes were like two bright moons hanging in the air. Lin Feng and the others had already seen how terrifying the Blackwater Mystical Snake was, but they hadn't thought they'd meet one here. Endless fear filled everyone's heart. Swoosh. The speed of the boat was extremely fast, rushing into the distance, hoping to escape from this place. Rumble. But at this moment, huge waves surged into the sky, sweeping across the world. Boom. Then, a huge tail appeared and directly whipped towards the boat. It was a tail as big as a mountain. The Blackwater Mystical Snake whipped its tail towards the boat. Jump off the boat. Xiancheng roared in horror and jumped out first. Everyone hurriedly jumped into the water. Ziyuan was completely stunned. Lin Feng held Ziyuan in his arms and jumped into the lake. Bang! The Blackwater Mystical Snake's huge tail whipped down fiercely, splashing water everywhere. No one could avoid the Blackwater Mystical Snake's attack. The powerful impact sent Lin Feng and the others flying. Xiancheng, Lei Ming, and Sun Booping all had extremely powerful defensive treasures on them, but at this moment, those treasures were also shattered, and they fell into the lake. Han Yin and Zhao Zhongluan were wearing pinnacle spiritual treasures. They encountered a great disaster, and their bodies directly exploded, dying tragically on the spot. Lin Feng was also sent flying by the huge force of the Blackwater Mystical Snake's attack. Wah! Lin Feng immediately vomited blood and fell into the water with Ziyuan in his arms. Ziyuan felt her face was hot. She touched it and realized that it was Lin Feng's blood. Ziyuan finally came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Feng, who was sinking into the lake, and her little face was extremely pale. No, master. Don't die. It's all my fault. Ziyuan cried anxiously. She quickly swam into the water, hugged Lin Feng, and dragged Lin Feng up. But at this moment, a terrifying aura shrouded them. The Blackwater Mystical Snake had already rushed over, its huge head hanging above the water, its cold eyes looking at Ziyuan and Lin Feng. The Blackwater Mystical Snake had a strange feeling in its heart. If it could devour these two people, its bloodline power would be greatly enhanced. And its bloodline power. The Blackwater Mystical Snake opened its mouth, wanting to devour Lin Feng and Ziyuan. Ziyuan looked at the Blackwater Mystical Snake in horror. She carried Lin Feng on her back and struggled not to sink. She only had one thought in her mind. She had to protect the master. It had always been the master who had protected her. Now it was her turn to protect the master. Zi Yuan's eyes became resolute. She shouted, "Back off! Back off! I won't let you hurt the master." The Blackwater mystical snake naturally understood what Zi Yuan meant. However, it was full of disdain. It had devoured too many human cultivators. Before they were devoured, they either begged or threatened it. But so what? The Blackwater mystical snake didn't care. It opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow the two humans in front of it. However, the Blackwater mystical snake's sudden appearance caused the girl's eyes to change. The girl's eyes turned dark green in color. CNPNYC 3K. A mysterious and ancient language came out of Zi Yuan's mouth. Zi Yuan's eyes became more and more demonic. Those deep green eyes seemed to be filled with endless mystery. Zi Yuan extended her right hand. Her voice became deep and ethereal. It was as if her voice had come from another world. Screech. The Blackwater mystical snake screamed in agony. It felt as if its soul was about to be torn apart. The Blackwater mystical snake had never felt this way before. It hadn't even felt this way when it fought a human expert to the death. Why? Why is this happening? My soul is about to be torn apart. The Blackwater mystical snake screamed in agony. Its mountainous tail slapped the surface of the water viciously. Thump, thump, thump. Waves of 10,000 feet tall swept across the sky. IVB, CNPNYC 3K. Zi Yuan's deep and mysterious voice sounded again. The Blackwater mystical snake felt its injuries worsen. The Blackwater mystical snake had never felt so terrified before. Yes, it was fear. Facing the girl who seemed so weak that it could crush her in an instant, the Blackwater mystical snake felt endless fear. The Blackwater mystical snake even thought that it was an illusion, but it was real. 3K, IVB, CNPNYC. The mysterious voice sounded again, like the voice of the Grim Reaper. The Blackwater mystical snake retreated in terror. It seemed to have thought of something. It cried out in disbelief, deep green eyes. Heavenly demon eyes. Is it the legendary heavenly demon eyes? The words she was muttering were the snake tongue. That's right. It must be the legendary heavenly demon devil eyes and snake tongue. Why would the heavenly demon devil eyes and snake tongue appear? Is she a descendant of the terrifying ancestor sky serpent? She's a descendant of an ancestor who has awakened the heavenly demon eyes and mastered the snake tongue. That's terrifying, really terrifying. If she recovers the memory of the divine powers in her bloodline, if she can master the true power of the heavenly demon eyes and snake tongue, then who in the heavens can stand against her? The ancestor sky serpent, legend had it that he was born at the beginning of the world, at the same time as the Archean dragonesque elephant. How terrifying was he? The ancestor sky serpent's most terrifying abilities were the legendary heavenly demon eyes and snake tongue. These were two unimaginable abilities. No one knew how terrifying the heavenly demon's devil eye and snake tongue were, because those who had seen them were already dead. Boom! The Blackwater mystical snake did not dare to stay. It dived into the magnetic fog lake and disappeared. After the Blackwater mystical snake escaped, Zi Yuan's deep green eyes returned to normal. What happened? Why did the Blackwater mystical snake run away? Chapter 444. Sir, wake up. Sob. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Lin Feng could faintly hear sobbing. Then, he felt something dripping from the corner of his mouth. It tasted salty. I think I was attacked by the Blackwater serpent. Am I dead? Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. Lin Feng didn't want to die. There were too many things he wanted to do. But at that moment, Lin Feng had encountered the Blackwater mystical snake. There was no way he could survive. Lin Feng was extremely tired. He wanted to fall asleep. He was surrounded by an endless amount of darkness, little by little. But at that moment, the sorrowful cries echoed in the endless darkness once again. Sir, wake up, will you? I beg you, sir, don't leave me alone. Zi Yun, I'm crying. Didn't I die? Why am I hearing Ziyun sobbing? Just as Lin Feng was about to be devoured by the darkness, the sorrowful sobbing sounded in Lin Feng's heart. He tried to open his eyes. A tear-stained face appeared in his line of sight. Ziyun, Lin Feng murmured. That's great. You've finally woken up. You scared me to death. Ziyun was so happy that she started crying. I'm not dead. It feels so good to be alive. Lin Feng murmured. He could feel the endless darkness dispersing. He was still alive. However, Lin Feng's injuries were too severe. He quickly fainted again. When Lin Feng woke up again, the sky was already dark. He found himself lying in a warm embrace. Lin Feng smelled the fragrance of a virgin. He moved slightly. He could even feel a pair of bulges near his mouth. Were those Ziyun's breasts? This little girl had actually developed so well. Lin Feng couldn't help but blush. He was already so injured. Yet he was still thinking about such nonsense. Young master, you're awake? Ziyuan looked at Lin Feng in pleasant surprise. Lin Feng nodded and said, Ziyuan, help me up. Ziyuan nodded and helped Lin Feng up. What is this place? Lin Feng asked. This is a deserted island. Ziyuan said softly. Lin Feng nodded. He and Ziyuan were really lucky to be on a deserted island. Lin Feng looked at Ziyuan in confusion. What about the Blackwater mystical snake? It didn't eat us? How did we escape? Ziyuan also looked confused and said, that Blackwater mystical snake seems to have run away, but I don't know why it ran away either. Lin Feng said, maybe there's a reason we don't know, but to be able to survive the Blackwater mystical snake's attack is really lucky. Cough, cough, cough. After saying a few words, Lin Feng started coughing violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was still very pale. It was hard to imagine how strong the Blackwater mystical snake was. Lin Feng had already been severely injured by the Blackwater mystical snake's attack. If the snake had attacked him again, he would have died a horrible death. Young master, how are you feeling? Ziyuan's eyes reddened when she saw Lin Feng coughing up blood. She was terrified and on the verge of tears. She kept blaming herself. I'm so useless. I've dragged you down. If it weren't for me, you would have been able to dodge the Blackwater mystical snake's attack. It's all my fault. I couldn't help you at all. You almost died because of me. Silly girl, don't blame yourself. If it weren't for me, you would have died in the magnetic fog lake a long time ago. Lin Feng wiped away Ziyuan's tears and said, Ziyuan, help protect me. I need to go into seclusion to recover. Don't worry, young master. I won't let you get hurt again. Ziyuan clenched her fists. All right. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. I'm sure you can do it. Lin Feng's injuries were too severe. He didn't dare waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed a few healing pills. Then, he used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation to heal himself. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. He sensed his body's condition and found that he had mostly recovered. When Ziyuan saw that Lin Feng had woken up, she was pleasantly surprised. Young master, are you finally healed? Yes, I'm completely healed, Lin Feng said when he saw how tired Ziyuan was. Didn't you rest at all? I have to protect you, young master, Ziyuan said softly. Lin Feng was touched. He said, rest for a while. Don't tire yourself out. Ziyuan nodded and hugged Lin Feng tightly. She was so tired that she quickly fell asleep. She had a beautiful smile on her face. She was having a good dream. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. She was really tired. She quickly fell asleep and smiled. Lin Feng didn't know what she was dreaming about. Lin Feng looked outside the cave. It was still night, and the island was very desolate. Lin Feng didn't even hear the roars of beasts. In the middle of the night, suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky from the depths of the island. It flashed and disappeared. What was that? Lin Feng was shocked. He thought he had seen wrong, but Lin Feng quickly realized that he hadn't seen wrong. It was indeed a golden light that had shot up into the sky and disappeared. There must be something shocking in the depths of the island, Lin Feng muttered. The next day, Ziyuan woke up. Lin Feng and Ziyuan walked towards the depths of the island. Lin Feng was still thinking about the golden light he had seen the night before. It had come from the depths of the island and shot up into the sky. The island was shrouded in thick fog, and visibility was limited to 5 or 6 meters. When he released his divine sense, he could roughly sense the situation around 20 meters away. Lin Feng didn't know if there was something terrifying on the island, so he was very careful. When Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the island, he saw a ruin. It seemed that many people had lived here in the past, but now it was completely abandoned. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Not long after, the ground cracked open and a pitch-black figure rushed out. It was an extremely ugly existence that emitted an evil and gloomy aura. It had a pair of demonic eyes that made people's hair stand on end. Corpse demon, Lin Feng gasped. It was a legendary corpse demon. It was said that after a strong cultivator died, their corpse would be buried underground and gradually turn into a dried corpse. Later on, by chance, they would awaken a consciousness and turn into an evil corpse demon. The corpse demon's body was extremely hard, even harder than many defensive treasures. It was invulnerable, and it had a ferocious temperament. Seeing the corpse demon rush out from the ground, Lin Feng quickly pulled Ziyuan and hid behind a tree. He covered their noses with his hands. Lin Feng didn't even dare breathe because the corpse demon could sense the faint sound of their breathing. After the corpse demon rushed out from the ground, it looked around with its gloomy green eyes. In the end, it roared and rushed into the depths of the ruins. Chapter 445. Sir, what kind of monster was that? After the zombie left, Ziyuan's face was still very pale. She recalled the sinister aura that the zombie had emitted and felt her soul tremble. That was a zombie. After a powerhouse died, his body turned into a desiccated corpse, but for some reason, his evil thoughts were awakened. Lin Feng explained, Sir, this place is so scary. Let's leave. Ziyuan said, a little scared. In the depths of the island, a zombie had appeared. Lin Feng also wanted to leave. He nodded and was about to leave with Ziyuan when he suddenly saw a golden light appear in the depths of the island. Even though there was a white fog, it was difficult to hide the golden light. That's... Lin Feng was shocked. The golden light he had seen the night before had appeared again. Lin Feng changed his mind. He wanted to go and take a look. The golden light was extraordinary. Perhaps it was something shocking. Lin Feng changed his mind. He wanted to explore the depths of the island. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if he encountered a zombie, Lin Feng believed that with his speed, he would be able to shake it off even with Ziyuan. Sir, what is that golden light? Ziyuan asked curiously when she saw the golden light. Lin Feng said, perhaps it's a shocking treasure. Let's go take a look. Okay. Ziyuan nodded. Ziyuan nodded. Even though she just started to come into contact with cultivation, under the influence of what she'd seen and heard, she knew that fortuitous encounters were difficult to find. If she encountered a fortuitous encounter and didn't grab hold of it, then she might regret it for her entire lifetime. Deep in the depths of the island, the golden light shot up into the sky. No matter what it was shocking. Lin Feng spread out his divine will and probed with all his might. He could roughly sense everything within a 28-meter radius. Ziyuan grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve. The two of them headed deeper into the ruins. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in front of them, followed by the sound of fighting. Lin Feng was shocked. A great battle had broken out. The white fog made it impossible for him to see the situation in front of him. Lin Feng released his divine will. The battle in front of him entered his eyes. 3 cultivators were besieging the zombie. These 3 cultivators turned out to be Daoist Xiancheng, Sun Buping, and Lei Ming. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. It seemed that the 3 of them had also survived. Since Zhao Zhongluan and Han Yan were nowhere to be seen, Lin Feng guessed that the 2 of them had most likely met with misfortune. In fact, just as Lin Feng expected, when the Blackwater Serpent's mountain-sized tail swung down, Zhao Zhongluan and Han Yan died right on the spot. The others fell into the water and reached the island one after another. That is, suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He saw a plant with 3 golden fruits growing on it. Rays of golden light swirled around the 3 golden fruits. From time to time, the golden fruit would emit golden rays of light. The golden rays of light soared into the sky and then dissipated into the void. Golden flame fruit. Lin Feng's eyes widened. It turned out to be the legendary golden flame fruit. Daoist Xian Cheng had entered the magnetic fog lake again and again in order to find the golden flame fruit. Lin Feng hadn't thought that this time it would be a blessing in disguise. Xian Cheng had really found him. However, Daoist Xian Cheng was now in trouble and was attacked by the zombie. Originally, Lei Ming and Daoist Xian Cheng's group didn't deal with each other. They even communicated with Lin Feng and wanted to attack Daoist Xian Cheng, Sun Buping, and Zhao Zhongluan on the boat. But now, it was obvious that the 3 of them had formed an alliance to deal with the zombie together and then collect the golden flame fruit. 3 golden flame fruits. This value is too great. This golden flame fruit can greatly increase the probability of a cultivator entering the yin-yang realm. If news of this spread, it will cause a storm of blood. Lin Feng murmured and squinted at the golden flame fruit. The weapon used by Daoist Xian Cheng was a silver snake flying sword. This was a treasure-level flying sword. It flashed with a burst of treasure light and was very powerful. Sun Buping took out a jade battle-like magic weapon. Its power was also very shocking. Lei Ming held a giant hammer in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 people's attacks fiercely bombarded the zombie's body. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of collision. However, such a ferocious attack was unable to break through the zombie's defense. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The zombie's defense was too amazing. It could even be said that it was unimaginably terrifying. Such a powerful magic weapon couldn't break its defense. In this battle, the zombie was already in an invincible position. The zombie quickly rushed forward and grabbed Sun Buping with its sharp claws. Sun Buping was shocked. He took out a jade talisman and threw it at the zombie. However, the zombie spat out a mouthful of demonic qi. The jade talisman was wrapped in demonic qi and flew back to Lei Ming. With a loud bang, the jade talisman exploded. Lei Ming was blown away by the energy of the jade talisman's explosion. He was dripping with blood and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Damn it! Sun Buping's expression suddenly sank. He didn't expect that his jade talisman didn't work. Sun Buping quickly retreated, hoping to avoid the zombie's attack. However, the zombie's speed was too fast. It instantly rushed in front of Sun Buping and stabbed at Sun Buping with its sharp claws. Puff! The zombie's claws pierced into Sun Buping's chest. Sun Buping let out an incomparably mournful scream. He didn't die immediately. The next moment, he saw the zombie pull out his heart and then put it in its mouth to chew. This scene could be said to be extremely bloody. Sun Buping's body immediately fell to the ground with a loud bang. This Sun Buping was very sinister when he was alive. He schemed against Lin Feng, Han Yin, Lei Ming, and others. Now, he died here. Was it karma? Let's go. Taoist Xian Cheng's eyes flashed. He shouted in a low voice and fled with Lei Ming. The zombie let out a low roar and quickly chased after them. This Lei Ming is probably going to die. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He observed Taoist Xian Cheng's cold gaze when he looked at Lei Ming. Taoist Xian Cheng probably wanted to scheme against Lei Ming and use him to get rid of the zombie. Soon, the 2 people and the zombie disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and Zi Yuan quickly rushed in front of the golden flame fruits and picked the 3 golden flame fruits. Let's go, Lin Feng said and pulled Zi Yuan to the distance. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. A quarter of an hour later, Daoist Xian Cheng, who only had 1 arm left and was covered in blood, rushed over from afar. He seemed to have gone crazy as he shouted excitedly, "They're all dead. The 3 golden fire fruits are all mine." However, when Taoist Xian Cheng rushed to the golden flame fruits, he found that the golden flame fruits had been taken away. Where are the golden flame fruits? Where are my golden flame fruits? Who plucked my golden fire fruit? Taoist Xian Cheng roared crazily. In the end, he couldn't bear such a huge blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became very pale. Chapter 446. Who is it? Come out. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Xian Cheng's roar resounded throughout the island. He was crazily looking for the person who had taken the golden flame fruits. Whoosh! The Taoist priest of Xian Cheng passed through a dense forest where Lin Feng and Ziyuan were hiding. One of his arms is broken. Lin Feng scanned Xian Cheng with his godly awareness and was slightly surprised. Xian Cheng was a martial king of the 10th celestial layer, but his arm had been cut off by the zombie. Maybe because he was in a hurry to find the person who had taken the golden flame fruits, Xian Cheng didn't even have time to treat his wound. The current Taoist Xian Cheng was at his weakest. Kill him, said Lin Feng, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lei Ming and the zombie had disappeared. Lin Feng didn't know if Xian Cheng had used some powerful method to kill them. Xian Cheng's methods were very strange. Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised if he had trapped or killed the zombie. Even though the zombie was strong, it only had a strong physical body. It was invulnerable. Some formations could also trap the zombie. At that moment, Lin Feng and Ziyuan could only be safe if they killed Xian Cheng. Xian Cheng hadn't healed yet. If they waited until he was healed, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to defeat Xian Cheng even if he used all his methods. Instead, he would be killed by Xian Cheng. Now, taking advantage of Xian Cheng's injury, it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, even if he killed Xian Cheng, Lin Feng would still be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Xian Cheng had used the excuse of bringing people to the magnetic fog lake to deceive many people to follow him to find the golden flame fruits. In the end, many cultivators had died tragically in the magnetic fog lake. Xian Cheng's hands were covered in blood. Even though he wasn't a demonic cultivator, he was even more vicious than a demon. Lin Feng didn't know how many innocent people he could save in the future. However, it was not easy to kill Taoist Xian Cheng. Even if Taoist Xian Cheng was injured, he was still a martial king of the 10th heaven. If he wanted to kill Taoist Xian Cheng, he would only have a chance if he ambushed him. Ziyuan, hide here and don't run around. I'll be back soon, Lin Feng said softly. Although Ziyuan was a little scared, she still nodded. If you discover that it's not me, attack with your flying sword, Lin Feng said. Yeah, Ziyuan replied. Lin Feng gave Ziyuan a treasured artifact-grade flying sword. Moreover, Ziyuan had already made the treasured sword recognize her as its master. Therefore, Ziyuan was able to activate magic artifacts as well. Whoosh! Lin Feng silently flew into the distance, following behind Taoist Xian Cheng. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone. The archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone quickly rushed towards the side of the mountain forest, hiding in the dark and waiting for Taoist Xian Cheng to appear. As long as Taoist Xian Cheng arrived at the place where the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone was hiding, Lin Feng would order the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone to attack Taoist Xian Cheng. Come out! Come out! You dare to steal my golden flame fruit? No matter where you hide, I will find you and tear you to pieces. Taoist Xian Cheng's hysterical roar resounded through the forest. He ran madly towards the depths. Roar! Just as Taoist Xian Cheng passed by a pile of rocks, the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone that was hiding beside the rocks rushed out as fast as lightning towards Taoist Xian Cheng. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Taoist Xian Cheng's head. Taoist Xian Cheng was indeed worthy of being a martial king of the 10th heaven. Facing this sudden attack, his reaction was extremely fast. When he saw the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone, he immediately roared, "A mere animal dares to attack me. You're courting death." Taoist Xian Cheng thought that the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone was an ordinary ferocious beast. Actually, that was very normal. After all, the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone looked exactly like a ferocious beast. Taoist Xian Cheng moved to the right and dodged the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone. Then, he waved his arm and punched the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone. Bang! Along with a muffled sound of collision, Taoist Xian Cheng's powerful punch fiercely landed on the archaic sage Emperor Qi's clone. Taoist Xian Cheng's face was originally filled with a ferocious smile, but at that moment, he looked astonished. That ferocious beast wasn't made of flesh and blood. It's a clone. Not good. Daoist Xian Cheng's expression changed, and he wanted to retreat. Ah! In the next moment, Daoist Xian Cheng let out a painful roar. My head is going to split open. A soul attack. Who ambushed me? Daoist Xian Cheng beat his head fiercely. He really wanted to pry open his head. That unparalleled pain made Daoist Xian Cheng feel like he was better off dead than alive. Whoosh! At the same time, a treasured flying sword flew out of the white fog towards Daoist Xian Cheng. Lin Feng didn't show himself. He chose to hide in the dark and unleash his flying sword to attack Daoist Xian Cheng. Daoist Xian Cheng's cultivation was too strong. He didn't know if Daoist Xian Cheng had some terrifying secret technique. If he got too close, he might be killed by Daoist Xian Cheng. He went to kill Daoist Xian Cheng but failed. Instead, he was killed by Daoist Xian Cheng. That was too tragic. Flying sword. Daoist Xian Cheng's face twisted. I know it's you. Lin Feng. It's you, you little bastard. I felt your aura. You're the one who ambushed me. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Chapter 447. Phew. Looking at Daoist Xian Cheng's corpse, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely lucky to have been able to kill Daoist Xian Cheng. If Daoist Xian Cheng hadn't been heavily injured and underestimated his opponent, killing him would have been as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng quickly walked to Daoist Xian Cheng's side and took his storage ring, then quickly left. Ziyun. Back in the forest, Lin Feng called out softly, Sir, I'm here. Ziyun ran out from behind a rock. Let's go, Lin Feng said and left with Ziyun. They returned to the cave where they had rested before. Sir, are you injured? Ziyun looked at Lin Feng worriedly. I'm fine. Lin Feng smiled and took out the storage ring he had gotten from Daoist Xian Cheng. Daoist Xian Cheng had been in the magnetic fog lake for many years and had tricked many cultivators into entering the lake to become his cannon fodder in search of the golden flame fruit. Lin Feng guessed that Daoist Xian Cheng should have many good things on him. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered Daoist Xian Cheng's storage ring and found that it was about 10 square meters in size, which was more than twice the size of his own spirit ring. Such a large storage ring was extremely valuable. There were more than 10 boxes of spirit stones in the storage ring. There were low-grade spirit stones, and high-grade spirit stones. Other than that, there were also more than 10 magic treasures. There was a treasure-grade flying sword, which was the most valuable magic treasure. The rest were mostly magic treasures, and there were also 3 spirit treasures. Other than that, Lin Feng also found more than 10 secret manuals and 2 formation books. Was Daoist Xian Cheng a formation master? Surprisingly, there were books on deployment spells. Lin Feng checked them and found that they were all yellow-level deployment spell books. They weren't very useful to him, but deployment spell books were extremely rare. Even yellow-level deployment spell books could be sold for an astronomical price. There were also dozens of different kinds of talismans. Among them, there was no lack of powerful offensive talismans. These talismans were also refined by a spirit array master. The distorted runes added a powerful force to the talismans. Daoist Xian Cheng's storage ring still had several hundred kinds of precious elixirs. Lin Feng discovered that there were more than 10,000 years old elixirs. Lin Feng secretly thought that this Daoist Xian Cheng had collected a lot of good things. Even the inheritors of ancient powers would find it difficult to possess such wealth. Suddenly, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a scroll. With a single thought, the scroll flew out. Lin Feng grabbed the scroll and opened it. He saw that it was a map. The map depicted the magnetic fog lake in great detail. Even the locations of the ferocious beasts within the magnetic fog lake were clearly marked. It's a map. Are we here? Ziyuanyuan pointed at a place. Lin Feng nodded. There was a line of words written where they were marked. This area is the Blackwater mystical snake's nest. It's extremely dangerous. Fuck. When he saw those words, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. That bastard Daoist Xian Cheng had known about the Blackwater mystical snake's nest. The Daoist Xian Cheng had probably never explored this place before, so he had taken the risk to come here and encountered the Blackwater mystical snake. Lin Feng and the others had thought that they were just unlucky to have encountered the snake. How could this be considered unlucky? They had come to the Blackwater mystical snake's nest, so it was highly likely that they had been discovered by the snake. With the map, we'll be able to find our way out, but we need a boat. Lin Feng frowned. Because there were ferocious beasts in the magnetic fog lake, they needed a boat with a deployment spell to repel the beasts. Lin Feng didn't know how to use a deployment spell of the Earth level, but he didn't know how to use one. I wonder if there are any ships docked around this island? Lin Feng frowned. He hoped that they could find a boat. Maybe some cultivators had come here before, but they had all died. Otherwise, how could such evil creatures have appeared? They just didn't know if there were any boats. Let's go around and see if we can find a boat, said Lin Feng. Ziyuan nodded and left with Lin Feng. Brother, this is the island. There's golden light. The golden fire fruit must be here. Lin Feng was startled and quickly hid in a tree with Ziyuan. Soon, a group of more than 10 people arrived. It's them. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at those people. They were the ones who had attacked them before. The leader of the group was called Life-Stealing Scholar. Lin Feng hadn't thought that these people would come to the island too. I wonder if the Taoist Xiancheng and the others are here too. Let's go faster, said Life-Stealing Scholar. They were chasing the Taoist Xiancheng, Lin Feng, and the others. That was how they had found this place. When he thought about the golden fire fruit, his eyes lit up. The group of more than 10 people quickly moved deeper into the island. It's them, whispered Ziyuan. It's bad. We can't stay on this island any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they search the island, they'll definitely find us. Lin Feng looked grave and solemn. Life-Stealing Scholar and the others weren't good people. If they found out that the golden fire fruit had been taken, they would definitely search the island. The situation would be very dangerous. What should we do now? Asked Ziyuan. Her face was pale. She was thinking about how ruthless Life-Stealing Scholar and the others were. They could kill people without batting an eye. Let's go and see if we can steal their boat, said Lin Feng. Ziyuan and Lin Feng left the island and saw the Life-Stealing Scholar's boat. Lin Feng used his godly awareness to check the boat inside. There were more than 10 people on the boat, and there were many strong cultivators. It would be extremely difficult to steal the boat. Lin Feng had no choice but to leave with Ziyuan. The two of them wandered around the island, hoping to find something. If they couldn't find the boat, they would have to take the risk and hide on the island. Prince, look, there's a boat over there, said Ziyuan, pointing in the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw that there was indeed a boat. He was very surprised. Had that boat been left behind by a cultivator who had died on the island? Even though he was surprised, Lin Feng was still very happy. He quickly walked over to the boat with Ziyuan. Prince, we can leave now. Let's get on the boat, said Ziyuan. Wait, said Lin Feng, but Lin Feng hastily stopped Ziyuan. What's wrong, Prince? Asked Ziyuan suspiciously. What an evil chi. There's something wrong with that boat. Chapter 448. Huh. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Ziyuan didn't sense anything wrong because her cultivation was too low, so she couldn't sense it. Although Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't very high, Lin Feng's soul power was very strong. His soul power was equivalent to a cultivator at the 7th stage of the yin-yang realm. Therefore, Lin Feng's perception of danger wasn't any weaker than a yin-yang realm expert's. At first glance, the boat didn't seem special, but after carefully sensing it, he immediately found something strange. First, there was a gloomy aura hidden in the boat. Although it was deliberately hidden, it couldn't be completely hidden. Second, the boat was too old. Lin Feng even suspected that the boat would sink to the bottom of the lake because of a leak. However, the boat did contain some formations, and they seemed to be much more advanced than the ones on the boat that Taoist Xiancheng had destroyed. Even so, Lin Feng didn't choose to board the boat immediately. He felt that something was wrong with the boat. Either the boat itself was evil, or there was an evil cultivator hiding on the boat. It was fine if the boat itself was evil, but it was just a boat. So what if it was evil? Lin Feng believed that his willpower was strong enough that he wouldn't be affected. The scariest thing was the second possibility. If there was an evil cultivator hiding on the boat, He and Ziyuan might be plotted against if they boarded the boat. In the depths of the island, Big Brother, the golden flame fruit was taken by someone, a cultivator said in a low voice. The life-stealing scholar's expression became extremely gloomy. At that moment, a voice came from not far away. Big Brother, we found the corpse of Taoist Xiancheng here. Whoosh, 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 the group quickly flew over. The life-stealing scholar checked the corpse and said in a low voice, the time of death is less than 4 hours. There's a 70% to 80% chance that it was done by an accomplice. However, Taoist Xiancheng's boat was destroyed. We only saw the wreckage and didn't see any other corpses. There are probably a few people who came to this island alive and are hiding on the island now. Let's split up, the life-stealing scholar said. Yes, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another shot out in all directions. Stop hiding, you won't be able to escape. Come out and hand over the golden flame fruits, and our boss will spare your lives. If you don't know what's good for you, only death awaits you. A cold laugh resounded above the island. Prince, they've started searching the island, Ziyuan said worriedly. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. The area of this island was not particularly large, so it was very difficult to hide. If it was a large island, Lin Feng might choose to hide. However, it was only a matter of time before such a small island was discovered. Fellow Taoist, I hope you can take us out of here. When the time comes, we'll definitely reward you handsomely. Lin Feng cupped his fists and jumped onto the boat with Ziyuan. After Lin Feng and Ziyuan boarded the boat, it floated towards the magnetic fog lake. Inside the cabin, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Lin Feng sent out his divine will, but it was bounced back by an invisible force. What a powerful soul! It bounced back my divine will. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He and Ziyuan stood at the front of the boat, but they didn't enter the cabin. The people inside the cabin didn't make any noise either. Lin Feng stared at the cabin cautiously. If there was anything wrong, he would be able to react immediately. Blood. Prince, look. It's blood. Blood is flowing out of the cabin, shouted Ziyuan in fright. Lin Feng looked over and his expression suddenly changed. It was really blood. A huge amount of blood was flowing out of the cabin. It was too strange and terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Feng screamed in agony. It seemed like his soul had been attacked. Lin Feng hit his head with all his strength. Hee hee hee. At that moment, eerie laughter came out of the cabin. That laughter made people's hair stand on end. It sounded like the laughter of evil spirits. Then, a dense black fog came out of the cabin. In the black fog, a sharp claw condensed and grabbed at Lin Feng's chest. It's been a long time since I've met a young cultivator with such a bloodline. He's my favorite. The eerie voice came out of the cabin. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It sounded 100 times worse than the cawing of a crow. The sharp claw was about to grab Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes, which were originally filled with pain, suddenly lit up. He didn't look like he had been attacked by a soul secret technique at all. Lin Feng had been guarding against the evil cultivator in the cabin, so he knew what the evil cultivator was doing. When Lin Feng realized that something was wrong, he hurriedly used the primal chaos ancient lamp to protect his soul. The evil cultivator's soul secret technique was blocked by Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp. However, the evil cultivator didn't know that. He thought that Lin Feng was severely injured, so he attacked Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng raised his right hand and threw out a lightning ball. This was a lightning attack formed by the Sky Tyrant lightning art. Lin Feng heard that evil cultivators were most afraid of lightning attacks. Boom! The ball of lightning exploded and blasted away the ghost claw formed by the black fog. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng threw a few more lightning balls into the cabin. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out, accompanied by the furious roars of the ghost cultivator. Ah, brat, you actually know a secret lightning technique. It hurts. You're going to explode my body. I'm going to kill you. Buzz. At that moment, a black light rushed into Lin Feng's mind. The black light condensed into a small person. It was a soul miniature person surrounded by black fog. The soul miniature person held a treasured sword in his hand. It flew quickly in Lin Feng's mind, wanting to kill Lin Feng's soul. What kind of secret technique is this? Lin Feng was shocked. This was obviously a soul secret technique, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Evil cultivators were most proficient in soul attacks. The soul miniature person that this evil cultivator cultivated was many times stronger than Lin Feng's soul sword. So you're hiding in your intrinsic magic treasure. I'm going to destroy your intrinsic magic treasure as well. The evil cultivator's eerie voice came out. The soul miniature person came forward with his sword and swung it at Lin Feng's intrinsic magic treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp. Clang. Chapter 449. It's useless. No matter how strong your attack is, it can't break through my primal chaos ancient lamp's defense. Lin Feng's soul was hiding in the primal chaos lamp. Then, he controlled the primal chaos lamp and attacked the enemy's soul. Asterisk bang. Asterisk once again. The two sides collided fiercely, and a violent collision occurred. Gue Yama's soul was sent flying away by Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp. Damn it! Damn it! The primal chaos ancient lamp is a supreme treasure made of primal chaos ancestral chi. How did you get it? How can there be primal chaos ancestral chi in this world? Gue Yama roared in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Go ask Yama if you're going to die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He controlled the primal chaos ancient lamp to attack the evil cultivator's soul. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk the two sides collided fiercely again and again. Azura Ghost Luo Yin suddenly felt as if his soul was being hit by a mountain over and over again. The force of the collision was too terrifying. It made Azura Ghost Luo Yin feel so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Gue Yama's soul secret technique had the absolute upper hand. He could have destroyed this kid's soul, but this kid had such a powerful treasure. Gue Yama's soul quickly retreated from Lin Feng's mind. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that the blood flowing out of the cabin had disappeared. It wasn't real blood, but a scene created by Gue Yama's illusion technique to confuse Lin Feng. Since you want to harm me, I'll eliminate you first. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He condensed more lightning balls and threw them into the cabin. Gue Yama roared furiously, Kid, do you think I can't kill you? Asterisk buzz. Asterisk as soon as he said that, a flying sword flew out and slashed at Lin Feng. The flying sword was too powerful. Its flickering fluctuations made Lin Feng's heart jump. It was a high-quality precious flying sword. Such a flying sword could kill Lin Feng. Slash. At that moment, Ziyuan was already prepared. She took out the flying sword Lin Feng had given her and slashed at Gue Yama's flying sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a dull clanging sound was heard as Ziyuan's flying sword blocked the attack of Ghost Fiend Yan's flying sword. Although Ghost Fiend Yan's flying sword was more powerful, it was not easy to destroy Ziyuan's flying sword in a short period of time. Gue Yama roared furiously, Gue Yama is bullying me. That's not what heroes do. Lin Feng sneered. A ghost cultivator dares to talk to me about whether I'm a hero or not. Are you kidding me? Yama's attack, Gue Yama's attack. Gue Yama's purple earthcore fire. Gue Yama's Yama. Yama. Gue Yama's fire, Gue Yama. Ghost Azura Luo Yin said in disdain, Brat, you are really stupid to the extreme. Do you think that every ghost cultivator is afraid of flame attacks? Let me tell you, I've already cultivated to the point where I'm invulnerable to fire and water. Ordinary flames can't hurt me at all. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He took out his heavenly fire and flew into the cabin. Very quickly, a blood-curdling scream came from the cabin. What kind of fire is that? How can it hurt me? The Azura Ghost Yin seemed to have seen a lot, and after a short moment of shock, he remembered the purple earthcore fire. He roared, Heavenly fire, you're a heavenly fire. You're just a little general, but you've actually refined the legendary heavenly fire. Gue Yama was shocked. Ordinary flames couldn't hurt him, but heavenly fire was enough to turn him to ashes. You're quite knowledgeable. Since you know that this is heavenly fire, you won't die unjustly today. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Gue Yama shouted, You can't kill me. If you kill me, You'll also die in this lake. Hee hee, I have a complete map of the magnetic fog lake. Even if I kill you, I can still find a way out. Lin Feng sneered, ignoring Gue Yama-Yama's pleas for mercy. Gue Yama-Yama wasn't a good person. He was too big of a threat. Killing him was the best choice. Brat, I'm a ghost cultivator. Do you know what kind of existence a ghost cultivator is? Gue Yama-Yama shouted. Lin Feng was startled. Before Gue Yama-Yama, he hadn't come into contact with other ghost cultivators, so he didn't know what kind of existence they were. He frowned and said, "What are you trying to say?" Ghost Azura Luo Yin roared. Ghost cultivators don't have their own physical bodies. They cultivate with their yuan spirits, so their spiritual strength is especially powerful. Ghost cultivators' yuan spirits are usually attached to something, such as a sword, a saber, or even a rock. My yuan spirit is attached to this ghost ship. It's already been 300 years, and I've become one with this ghost ship. If you kill me, this ghost ship will also be destroyed. At that time, the two of you will fall into the magnetic fog lake and be buried with me. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that such a strange thing could happen. Come back. Lin Feng waved his hand. Immediately, the purple earthcore fire flew back and jumped on Lin Feng's fingertips. Maybe we can talk now, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. I'll take you out of the magnetic fog lake. Gue Yama-Yama said coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently, aren't you going to invite us in? Gue Yama-Yama removed the terrifying spiritual energy that had enveloped the cabin. Lin Feng wasn't worried that Gue Yama-Yama would attack him again. If Gue Yama-Yama dared to act blindly without thinking, Lin Feng could use his heavenly fire to destroy Gue Yama-Yama's soul. Lin Feng and Ziyuan entered the cabin and saw a distorted black fog floating in the air. It was Gue Yama-Yama. Ghost cultivator. What a strange cultivator. Why did you become a ghost cultivator? Lin Feng asked. Gue Yama-Yama laughed. Gue Yama-Yama laughed sinisterly. Why did I become a ghost cultivator? Do you think I want to be neither human nor ghost? Back then, I passed through the magnetic fog lake and died tragically. My primordial spirit attached itself to this ship and didn't die immediately. Later, I found a few demonic cultivators' secret books. They were ghost cultivators' techniques. Now, I've become neither human nor ghost. Gue Yama-Yama's voice was filled with unwillingness. Lin Feng was silent. Every year, many people who passed through the magnetic fog lake would die tragically in the lake. There were far too many such incidents. However, Lin Feng didn't sympathize with Gue Yama. After becoming a ghost cultivator, Gue Yama had become a murderous demon. He didn't deserve any sympathy. Lin Feng said indifferently, your soul attached itself to this ship and didn't die. It seems that this ship itself is hiding some secrets. He looked around the ship. Gue Yama knew that he had let it slip. When he saw Lin Feng's suspicious gaze, his expression changed slightly.